It's the 12th day, it's Sunday, a wonderful month, April 2026. And what is happening? It's a return of the West Indies first class cricket season. And everybody's excited, everybody's ready and ready to go. And today we have match referee Mr. Felix, standby umpire Mr. Hey, move on to that. Sorry, Shekels, Donald Shekels. Then we have two captains. We'll have to consider the Windward Island Volcanoes home captain, Alex Atenes, here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and our visiting captain, the defending champions, Tevin Imla. We now ask the man himself, Mr. Atenes, to flick the coin. Let's see who will be lucky.
Heads. Ball is a heads.
Mr. Felix goes to pick it up.
It is head.
It is heads. Good morning, sir. How are you? Congratulations. What are you going to be doing?
We're gonna have a bowl first. We're not sure what it's gonna do. It might have some moisture in it, so we look to exploit that early up.
How's the preparations gone very quickly?
It hasn't been the best. We have some bad weather in Guyana, but we had two practice sessions here that I think helped the guys. They're in good spirits, so hopefully we can use that and take some momentum in this first game.
Tell us about your squad.
Yeah, Richie looked at, Mrs. Out, and Zainal Ramsami.
All the best, skipper.
Yeah, thanks.
There was a skipper, Tevin Imla from the Guyana. Alex Athenes, did you want to win the toss today?
Oh, definitely. I mean, who wants to lose the toss? But I mean, we also wanted the bowl first. Looks an even cover of grass, and it looks like it will give us a bit in the morning. So I mean, the best time is to bowl now.
What about your squad?
Darrell Cyrus misses out, and Teddy Bishop misses out, and Darren Ned makes his debut.
All right. In terms of preparation, how did preparation go so far?
Yeah, okay. We have had a lot of training. I think the guys they are refreshed, they are ready, and we are excited to go and put on a show now.
All the best to you, Skip.
Thank you.
All right, so there you heard it. The Windward Island Volcanoes will be batting first. You know what's happening, right? The Guyana, Amazon, not Amazon really, but you know it is all the Amazons, everything you could be thinking about, they will have a first bowl. So let's look at the track. Pretty interesting. It's got a tinge of grass, more or less mainly number of tinges of grass on it. Now, don't get scared because you see the grass. But what I can say to you is that it's got some early moisture, maybe about 2 feet down. You never know. Anything is possible right here. Antigua and Barbuda, especially in the North Zone area, has been having some rain. So I think it's going to be almost pretty interesting. Now, the last time that cricket was played here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, we're talking about international cricket, was when the folks here, the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, took on the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. That really would have been the last game which was played here. And that was all the way back in 2025. So this is the first class game here. The groundsmen have done an excellent job. We're playing on track number 2. And the boundaries here, you know, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium are massive. They're about 70 meters. We're ready and ready to go. 360, we'll be bringing it live and in living color to you from the West Indies YouTube channel. So the good news is that the Windward Island Volcanoes will be batting first. Vernon A. Springer signing out for 360. Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the start of the first class season, the West Indies first championship season for 2026. And we are live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You heard there the good news is the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, captain Tevin Imla, age 29, with some 6 test matches behind him, winning the toss. And you know what's going to be happening. They opt into field, so the seam attack will be on fire today. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, you heard it there from the young man himself, Alex Atenes from the Commonwealth of Dominica, age 27. And a colleague of mine is next to me, who's also from Dominica. He'll be partnering with me this morning. Clement Joseph. Good morning, Mr. Joseph. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Mr. Springer. And how are you?
I'm great. It's a wonderful Sunday.
Yes, it is.
In fact, it is Easter Sunday, as we would dub it. And so we just want to be able to just make sure that we give God thanks.
Yes. So we come, I don't know if to describe it as slightly overcast, but the clouds are kind of thinning out. And I expect us to have a bright day going forward. And as you stated earlier, Guyanese Happy Eagles are taking the field, fielding, and we have the Windward Islands taking the first knock. And the listeners from across and far the Windward Islands would be pleased to know that we should be in a good place. When I say we, I mean cricket, to take on the defending champs.
Yeah, so the team news for the Window Island Volcanoes. Alex Athens, captain, Sonny Lambris, a lot of guy with a lot of experience. Has also played some test matches as well for the West Indies. Then you come down to Akeem Ogis. It's wonderful to see him back in the cricketing fraternity. Teddy Bishop, Darryl Cyrus, Kenneth Demba, Descartes misses out, Noel Leo, Kevin Hodge, Ryan John, Darren Ned, and Stefan Pascal. We go to the defending champions, the Ghana Harpy Eagles, and they're being captained by Tevin Imla, Machu Nandu, the vice captain, Tejaran Shandapal, Raymond Perez, Kevlin Anderson, Kamal Savory, Kimo Paul, Garush Moti, Vasami Pomal, Richie Lokonat, Niall Smith. I think Ramsamy misses out. Yes, in that lineup, but it's good to see Isaiah Thorne back in the lineup. And this youngster's got some what you call real pace. Age 21, only played some 9 matches to start with. But he will be ready and ready to go in terms of the lineup here. We just seconds away from the start of the first class season here in Antigua and Barbuda and in the Caribbean. And just trying to just get a feel as to who the opening batsman is. Can't see the number on the back. It's hampering me here for a little while, but Torn is off with the first delivery to the left-hander. And good carry straight away to Imla. And so we often run in here. Number 7 on the non-strikers end, just waiting for the turn there. Looks like 58.
It appears to be that.
Yeah. Ogis and Pascal starting. Ogis, the attractive left-hander. Pascal, the right-hander. Sort of getting a delivery which sort of stopped on him. That he was looking and then had to make that adjustment, playing the ball from right under his eye.
And Pascal, a former West Indies under 19 captain about 2 seasons ago, I think, in the World Cup. A very dashing batsman. He's known for that beautiful catch in the gully area in one of those matches.
Good to see Isaiah Thorne back in the action. Young strapped fast bowler. Bungs away. Good carry, good take. Ghana Happy Eagles starting with 3 slips and a gully. So they're looking to be able to keep the pressure matched on. Very quiet they here. Not much spectators yet, but things will heat up here. Got a couple of restaurants which are opening this morning, this Sunday morning here, and so things will get busier. I've seen some promotions for some breakfast and come and look at the cricket. That is Isaiah Thorne who bungs away. Good leave, good bungs, good carry, good take, good cricket all around. Ogis just drops his arms. No need for him to look to worry at that. Niall Smith is down on the final leg boundary. And he looks fit and raring and ready to go. Ghana, will be dominated by their 2 test spinners in Vasami Pomal and Modi. So good morning to Sean Devers, the folks in Ghana, all across the region. It's West Indies first-class cricket season. Torn. Could leave again. So far, so Joseph, good carry.
Yes, he is. And Ogis is playing a watchful eye. He's not too busy about anything, and he has 4 days. So he's taking his time, and looking at the ball, leaving where necessary. He's not forcing anything. The onside is wide open. There's short mid off there, but there is no mid wicket, no backward square or anything like that.
Here goes to on to Ogis. Wide delivery. Not called wide. Normally in a one-day game, that would have been called wide. So the first over is completed. And at the end of one, no one has been able to make the scorers get busy, but except to just have a changeover. And if in case you just joined us via the West Indies YouTube channel, the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain, Tevin Imlach, called right, and they decided that they were going to have a bowl. Just some moisture under the track, very early morning moisture. But so far, the carry has been good, and the groundsmen here, ground officials, have done an excellent job here at the Surviving Rated Stadium. And we are off and running. So let's see who will be coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
And it will be Pascal to take a strike for the first time. Sort of maiden over. I think the ball only hit the bat once in that over.
Yeah.
And bowler bowled to his field, where he has a packed out offside field, so he maintained good line and length on that there.
So Kimo Paul, who is back in action, age 28 years old. You'd have remembered him from the Under 19 World Cup. Played some 3 test matches for the West Indies. Made his debut in 2018. He made his first class debut in 2017. Seems like a very long time ago. But he's back in the action. It's good to see him, Kimo Paul. And he starts with a lovely outswinger coming down the track. And good take in the end. So Kimo Paul starting and not Niall Smith. I maybe might have gone for, if I was Captain Tevin Imler, maybe for Niall Smith, but experience counts when you've played Test cricket. You become a senior bowler in this Ghana lineup. Paul gliding away. Wide delivery, wider and wider. Don't expect too much sparks yet.
Early in his career, Paul had a promising start as what could possibly be a good all-rounder, but I think some early injury, hampered him.
Certainly.
Yeah, but it's good to see him back on the scene once again.
Wearing the number 55, he glides away. Just so it's got good rhythm. Again, this one just moving closer to the line of the 4th stump. Yeah, just look at the defending champions this morning, going through their paces in terms of the bowlers. It's always so interesting to see the intensity. Everything begins from practice, really not on game day. And Tevin Imler did indicate that their preparations in Guyana was hampered, as we know, by rain. That'll always be a major problem. But Paul has got other ideas. Pascal gets a delivery which really just stops on him. And he was just playing from the crease with a nice straight bat. Presentation was very important. I want to say good morning to the folks in the Windward Islands, the Commonwealth of Dominica. My good friend for life, Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish. So many personnel. Phoenix Thomas, Tyrone Theophile. Some good friends. St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're all glued in. Paul to Pascal, who just turns it in the onside and picks up his first run. That will give him some confidence, young Pascal. And straight away he's off and running. Pascal, so he's on 1, young man.
Over at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, it would be Trinidad and Leeward Islands. second engagement here in Antigua and Barbuda.
So good morning to Aki Mogise's family, his mom and dad. 22 years of age. And one will have to give some credit to the West Indies Cricket Board because he's played some 22 first-class games. This is his first game for the Windward Islands. And he comes quietly forward, not a big stride, just circumspect in the process. At the end of over number 2, the Windward Island Volcanoes are 1 without loss. Stephen Pascal, age 20. He's got some 7 first-class matches, a high score of 63. Made his debut in 2024, right-hander. And he'll be looking to be able to make sure that he gets himself a good score to nudge the selectors that he should be in the conversation going forward. 2-1 without loss. As you know, we have the Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. A game that bilateral series will be played at Sabina Park in Jamaica. And as you heard from Mr. Joseph, our second encounter is taking place at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Here goes Isaiah Thorne, bounding away. He's going to bowl to his former teammate, outswinger. First, they started with 3 slips. They've now, for Pascal, they've now pulled out the 3rd slip, but Moti has seen something and decided, listen, you've got to give Thorne that extra support, and I support that. I think you have to give Thorne that extra slip. There's a conversation, long conversation taking place between Moti and Imla, who ran all the way from mid-on. So the 2 left-arm spinners in Permall and mid-on, mid-off and mid-on. Moti with his experience, they've pulled the 2nd slip out, or the 3rd slip, and put him into a short mid-wicket position. Thorne turned into the onside. The fielder comes in and throws it at the non-striker's end. A little bit of diversion. Permall has some running to do, and they'll come back quite easily for 2.
So what should have been no run turns into a positive for the Windward Islands.
Yeah. It's sort of strange, Mr. Joseph. These days, fast bowlers are bowling. We don't seem to see a short leg. What is happening? Has that changed?
Well, I guess we're not in the age of Ambi and Malcolm and Michael, but we rarely see that. Even if I went to the finals of the 2-day match, 2-day cricket championship, Liberta and New Interrupts, and there was Alzari Joseph bowling, and he had no short leg up to the point that I was there. He ended up taking 8 wickets in that game.
So we have a slight break. Looks as if the physio is calling for some manpower. Yeah, something is happening. I'm trying to pick up who the fielder is. Seems to be a shoulder problem. Can't see the number yet, but the physio is holding his right shoulder, the player. He's gone back down. And I think, they're calling for a stretcher. So that's got to be serious.
Yes, apparently.
You mean he can't walk? Yeah, certainly sure that he's in that amount of pain that he would need a stretcher. Well, the physio has called for the stretcher. The EMS folks are here. They're coming across the field. So this has got to be serious. Now, did this injury come from?
I did not discern any.
I didn't pick anything up there, but hey, we'll just look around and see. This is it's pretty early based on the start of the morning. This is only the 3rd over. EMS folks are here, coming across the field. Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting first. Mr. Joseph at
Yes.
the stadium over at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Just In a while, we'll just give you an update. Michael Louis caught pair ball Phillip without scoring. Anderson Phillip. So the team for the Leeward Islands: Louis, Henry, Andrew, Graves, Carty, Thomas, Durham, Hamilton, Edwards, Cornwall, Louis. Kelvin Pittman misses out. Trinidad and Tobago, we have De Silva, Cooper, Lois, Django, Hines, Pear, Seals, Philip, Charles, Gooley, and Mohammed. I think that looks like the team in the concept. 1-for-1, the Leeward Islands. And the feeler here is, I wonder if that's Nando. It looks like it is, based on how far I am, feeler looks like it is Machu Nando, the vice captain. Yeah.
He's holding on to his right shoulder.
Yeah, it's got to be something which is very, very, very serious. So I pray that the young man is in order. But we'll come back to the action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Windward Island Volcanoes. Things are heating up here. There's a slight hold up in play. O'Gee's Pascal to come next. Most likely will be the captain. Let's look through there. Yeah, it's Machunando. And the physio is maybe telling him some nice words. What did you have for breakfast this morning? He said
on the
really,
lunch menu?
they really didn't eat any breakfast. I told you to rest. You got to look after yourself. But we're back with the cricket action. We hope that Machu will be fine and okay. It's going to take a little while to get him off there. But the EMS, they've got some strong ladies, very powerful, like Mr. Joseph, taking him off. Woman powers, they would say.
Yes.
In the context.
Doing a great job, and I'm sure that when they move him over to the area that he'll be looked at.
Well, certainly. Here goes Dawn. Well, to Pascal. Pascal is turning this. And what they seem to have worked out now is that they've made some adjustments. So they've got a square leg with the man on the 45. I don't want to say that they have a real short leg. We've got a back pad which is about maybe 5 meters away.
Yes. You must have sent a message to them immediately.
They might have been listening. I know that everything is on in the dressing room, so they're listening to us. But you certainly have to give some encouragement to Tom. He's a quick bowler.
Yes.
Tom bongs away. Into ball to Pascal. Pitched up, and Pascal is driving sweetly in the air. Pomal will have some running to do. When he gets there, he's got a weak arm, but he will get it in nonetheless. He's been a veteran to West Indies cricket and Guyana cricket, and Pascal gets 2 runs quite easily. Airily, but played safely.
Yes. And the sun is
belting down.
Yes, it's belting down. So we will have a hot day.
Yeah. We'll have the luxury of being in a lovely air condition. Down the onside. Good pace here. Good carry by Thorne. And Imla, the West Indies test wicketkeeper, glides across. Thought that Imla's glove work so far for the West Indies has been really excellent. And so many other franchises have been blessed to have 2 and 3 wicket keepers. Guyana has also got the same problem. Savory, Imla.
Yes.
But that's good for the cricket. Thorne, Isaiah Thorne, bounding away, rebounding after injuries into Pascal. Pascal is looking to turn that. Can't get any runs. So at the end of over number 3, 5 without loss. 4 to Pascal. In fact, all 5 to Pascal.
Yes.
O'Geese is not yet off the mark. Manager for the Guyana team. Just coming around the boundary here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's just a wonderful to have first-class cricket back in the region, even though the cricketers will be playing less cricket, more or less.
And that has been a topic of conversation for
Very long
around
time.
the West Indies with this shortened format. Saying hello to Mr. Clement, my namesake Marcelin from Dominica. He's the president of the Windward Islands Cricket Association.
Here goes Kimo Paul, who's going to bowl to the left-hander. Comes over the wicket from the Sir Andy Roberts end. In fact, I'll have to say Dr. Sir Andy Roberts. And Ogis quietly comes forward. Not in any hurry today. He's looking for a big score. It's important to get a good start. Early days yet. Moti and Pomoal just having a conversation. They may be licking their lips. They can't wait to maybe bowl here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but Niall Smith will have other ideas. Here comes Kimo Paul to bowl to Ogis, and Ogis is again coming quietly forward. Just for a moment, he just said to his partner Pascal, hold on. We saw in the just concluded Cricket West Indies under 15 bilateral series between the Leewards and Windwards. A number of runouts. Sometimes you wonder if the coaches are taking time out to teach the youngsters about the game. There are three fundamentals. Yes, no, wait. And they have to be loud.
Yes. Decisive. And you got to be looking at it.
3 slips and a gully go down. Was Paul into ball to the left-hander. Ogis was in line with the ball and playing it very comfortably right in front of him from right under his eyes. So Thorne, who is really the leading fast bowler, you would have to consider that in terms of pace. And Kimo Paul, known to be the guy that will swing the ball more or less. Niall Smith can't wait to see him. Say good evening to John the Dentist Maynard in the United Kingdom, all the folks all over the world. Ken, good leave. Just about that fourth stump line there. Good judgment. Good line. I want to say also good morning to Ravi Etwar from Sports Zone in the United States of America, USA Sports Zone. One of the Caribbean gentlemen to have been able, in fact, as I look, Mr. Joseph, it looks as if the ambulance might be leaving with Machu Nandu.
Yeah, the emergency lights are on.
Yeah.
I think they'll be making the exit from the area. And
here is Ogis just driving. Wasn't really right out to the pitch of the ball. There's the hands. He's got fast hands, really. Maybe we just look back at that replay. We're just looking at the emergency lights on. I did see the physio going back to the Guyana dugout, and the manager stayed. So if they're leaving, the manager would have to go to the hospital with Nando. Hope that he's fine.
We'll seek an update sometime later today so we could bring listeners up to speed.
For sure. Here is Ogis driving again up to cover. Maiden over here from Kimo Paul. And at the end of 4, very quiet start here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Pascal is all 5. Ogis is not. The Windward Islands inserted by the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're 5 without loss. Torn, bounding away. And again, good carry. Zaid Bassarat from Trinidad and Tobago and Dighton Butler are the umpires for today's fixture. Butler would have represented the West Indies team like Carl Tuckett in one-day international cricket. Pascal, Windward Islands, and the ambulance is away with Nando. Isaiah Thorne could want to get into that wicket column. It's wonderful to see him returning back to the action. Pascal pitched up, going down the onside. Pascal would be advised, just needed to just get back onto that and just clip that over into the square leg area.
As Thorne walks back to his mark, he's bowling to 2 slips, a gully, short point, mid off, mid on. And then fine leg boundary. He's bowling over the wicket to Pascal, who is on 5. And there is Pascal strong in defense, just playing that one back along the track, fielded by Thorne himself. And the score remains at 5. Pascal looking resolute in defense. Thorne probing. Youngster with some diligent pace, we should say. Again over the wicket to bowl to Pascal. Wide offside. There was some taken in front of first slip.
In fact, it's called wide.
It's called wide, right? Yes.
No, couldn't understand why Pascal even wanted to
Flash, hang his bat out there.
Yeah, there was no movement. He never moved his right foot, anything. Just the hands again. That was so. Could have just got an edge onto that,
Yes.
and you would have been very disappointed in the way that he got out.
I think people are disappointed in willful acts, but it would have been a willful act. Good morning to my friend Courtney Walsh, waiting for you to return so I could beat you up in the dominoes. And this one making some height, going down the leg side, playing inside of it deliberately, leaving it through to wicketkeeper in black.
So we've seen good carry from both ends. Yes, we know that they are brand new balls, so you expect to have some pace and carry. You'd want to make sure that the new ball, you get the batsman. One thing Timo Paul has been consistent about is being able to have Ogis or Pascal playing, especially with the new ball. As an opening batsman, you really sometimes have to guard your stumps. Pitched up, beautiful delivery there by Thorne, and just turned into the onside. Another run to Pascal. He goes up to 6. 6 with outlaws. And with the left and right hand combination, is almost like a go slow in terms of the turnover. 7 with outlaws. All 6 to Pascal. That wide in the over from Thorne. It looks like he's just heating up, Clement.
Yes, I think that way. Probably bowl a 5 to 6 over spell, and you get there, and then probably we may see the spinners shortly thereafter. But he's going to come over the wicket, around the wicket now to the left-hander.
Yeah, 3 slips go down. Again, trying to entice Ogis. Does not succeed. Ogis remains on 0 from 14 deliveries. Pascal is 6 from 16. And the Windward Island Volcanoes batting first. They are 7 without loss. There's a conversation all around. It's so good to remove away from the color, the actual T20 action or T10, and And Mr. Joseph will be thrilled to see folks playing in white.
Yes.
He's one of the culturists of, he wants to see Test cricket, but we'll talk a little bit later about that. Paul comes in to bowl to Pascal, off the outswinger. Pascal just having a look at it, deciding to just leave it. Could take by Imla. Imla just making some adjustments, just recognize that ball might be dying on him, and Kimo Paul does not have that extra pace like a Isaiah Thorne or maybe even a Niall Smith. He tends to be more of control. Gets the ball to swing. It's wonderful to see Kimo Paul back in action. Folks in Guyana, they'll be glued to their television. Here goes Kimo Paul in now to bowl to Pascal. Again, just down the corridor of uncertainty, but not playable enough for Pascal in the process.
In comparison to the one that against Thorne that he hung his bat out.
7 without loss. As Kimo Paul bungs away from the doctor, Sir Andy Robertson, goes past umpire Bassarat to Pascal, and again that's a closer. And Pascal just making that adjustment. Didn't have to play. Like to see Paul make him play. Get him in there.
When we see the wicket playing through, it's hard. There's bounce. I haven't seen any balls keep low so far.
He's out. Ball and caught. He was neither forward nor back. Stephen Pascal caught in the crease. And a simple catch, return catch to Kimo Paul. And just the hands going. And the Windward Islands losing their first wicket. Look at it, Mr. Joseph.
Something we call a soft, very soft dismissal.
Yeah, it's got to. If you're leading, you got to lead with your head on your shoulders, and just look at it for a while. As soon as my guy can get it up, our tech guy can put it up on our screen. I think it would be wonderful in that process. Here is it. Look at it, Mr. Joseph. Hesitant.
Oh, yes.
Wasn't there. Left foot never got out to the pitch of the ball, just the hands. And the Windward Islands losing their first wicket in the process. New batsman coming out, looks like Kevin Hodge.
Just a gentle push, that was. Nothing convincing. And he paid the price. Akeem Ogis just still on 0, 14 deliveries.
Yeah.
And he welcomes Hodge to the wicket.
Seven for 1. Hodge from the Commonwealth of Dominica will get his first delivery from Kimo Paul. Stabs at it. He was thinking about going for a run, just decided to change his mind in the end. Kevin Hodge, 8:33. Somebody would have come through the St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under tournament, a graduate from that tournament. Trevor Shillingford and Kentish and company. Here is Hodge again defending nicely. So he's been able to keep out Kimo Paul. Maiden wicket over. Paul, 3 overs, So far, 1 for 1. And early strike for the Guyana Happy Eagles, the defending champions. Windward Island Volcanoes, they're 7 for 1. Talking about Hodge, who has just played it's amazing, 13 test matches, 714 runs. And was one of the successful batsmen, you would say, on that last tour. Scored 123 not out. Seems like a long time ago, Mr. Joseph, when he made his debut against Australia in 2024. But in the original squad when Darren Sammy took over, he was not part of it. But he's a hard worker.
Yes, he is.
Very, very hard worker. We're back with the action as Thorne is going to bowl to Orgis, who's on North. And again, he comes quietly forward.
Controversies in selections in each team. The elephant in the room with the Happy Eagles and Sinclair.
Yeah, well, that's another talking point that we will elaborate on. 26-year-old Kevin Sinclair, not part. First class. You keep asking yourself the question, but hey, in the Caribbean, we seem not to be able to work out things by being able to come to a loggerhead. We're always at that crossroads, hope that things will be back in action. Inside that one and leaving there, we heard Wayne Lewis, the secretary of the West Indies Players Association. He's got his own version. We've heard the Ghana version.
The Sinclair version.
Well, you would know more than anything else, right? There might be another side to that story still. So we've heard 3 sides.
That's what, in cases you tell the jury, there is side A, side B, and then your version.
Flags fluttering here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Antigua and Barbuda being the hosts, Windward Island Volcanoes and Guyana, and Cricket West Indies. Stanfield Shipwreck Joseph, the man who made sure that he organized everything this morning from a logistical standpoint. Orgis just delivery from around the wicket from Thorne, just defending again. Now this is a track where Orgis is going to have to graph. It's not going to be a track where he's like maybe playing at the Coolidge Cricket Ground where he would have played for the academy where the ball will be coming on. So you'll have to make that adjustment. But he's looking for a big one here, Akeem Orgis. Torn round the wicket to him. And again, he's just defending slightly. I'd just like to see him, Clement, when he gets into that position, just turn the ball into the onside. He's got enough time. He's that class player.
Right.
Hodge comes down now, maybe just to say to him, don't worry about it. But he got back on a cross just a while ago, and I'd just like to see him just work that ball. That's one of the thing about the Asian players. They're very good at that, being able to just take that ball, get in line and just work it, just break that wrist.
Turn it into the vacant positions. I mean, it's not T20. We're not looking to rotate
Pitched
the strike.
up. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. But it's always important as well to rotation of the strike.
Yes. Builds confidence. You've been there for some 18 balls thereabout and have not yet scored.
He's talking to himself.
Yeah.
Maybe he looked up at the manual scoreboard here. The electronic scoreboard is not on at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You just got to understand that. It's the West Indies Championship first class season, 4-day competition. Sabina Park, Coolidge Cricket Ground, and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua and Barbuda. Thorne galloping in from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Dr. Sir Curtly Ambrose down the onside. And finally, Orgis gets off the mark as he turns this down into the final area. Smith just fires back a powerful return to the captain Imla. So Orgis is 1. Hodge is not. Pascal is back in the hut for 6. And the Windward Islands are 8 for 1.
And just going down memory lane and some Windward Islands stalwarts of yesteryear after the dissolution of the Combined Islands back in 1981, thereabout. Everybody thought Windward Islands would have come at the bottom of that table next year. They came second and had Lockett Sebastian, Linton Lewis. They were able to draft people like Wilf Slack and Neil Williams from the UK. Winston Davis, Thomas Kentish.
Paul to Ogis. Ogis gets a delivery. It stops on him. He stabs at it.
Good delivery on point.
Eight for one. Ogis is one. Windward Islands team. Kevin Hodge on the non-strikers end. Ogis gets a beauty.
Wow. Beating all
Played
up.
all inside of that one. That was just down the corridor of uncertainty. Every now and again, Kimo Paul produces a Jaffa. Quiet period. Look up again, and here comes Paul. Round the wicket to Ogis. Ogis is driving. Sort of didn't get out there, but inside edge. Sort of dragged it. Return coming from Torn. Imla had to pedal back. In the meantime, Ogis goes to 2. And now brings Kevin Hodge, who is on naught.
Saying hello to Kevin's dad. I know you're looking. And you're proud. And Windward Islands will be looking for great things from Mr. Hodge here today. Guyana making early inroads in the lineup.
Stands up straight and defends. Nine for one. So good morning to Roland Cox in St. Lucia. Let's come back. Kevin Hodge playing his 52nd match for the Windward Island Volcanoes in this professional season lineup. Oh, he was scrabbling away. He was scrabbling for his life there. And the ball, Kimo Paul just having a smile about it. Almost like it turned him right around there.
And then the ball was trickling towards his stub.
Yeah,
he
had to get out
some gymnastics there to get that one out.
Yeah, he was like one left back defender for Dominica trying to save a goal.
Luckily, he was lucky.
Yeah, stabbing this one into the offside, getting no runs in the process. Hodge. This will be his 52nd first-class game for the Windward Island Volcanoes under this franchise setup. 2,821 runs, high score of 158, 615 half centuries. Kevin Hodge. And when you turn that into his success as a test player, scored 100 in England, also scored 100 on the last tour, some 13 test matches, 714 runs, like I said, 2 test hundreds and 3 half centuries. He'll be looking to convert something big. But we got to change the bowling. And it's the man of the moment. It looks like it is going to be Niall Smith. will be bounding away. Looks lean and fit. And that is gone past Ogis like a Jaffa. Kavanagh is coming down and said, listen, you got to be very careful. And you, again, Niall Smith, he gets the ball to induck. So it's going to have to be on the money here very quickly.
Still has the same attacking feel that Thorne had.
He's pulling this one in front of square for 4. So that's sat up and asked to be hit. And O'Geese, you know the flamboyance of this youngster. He just dispatched that quite easily for a boundary. The first of the morning.
Yes, and we've seen somewhat the capabilities of Ogis. And he has been watchful all morning. He's faced some 24 deliveries, 25 deliveries before he finally got on the back foot to short one, pulling it back with a square for the square rather, for 4.
So the score in the meantime goes up to 13 for 1. And he gets another delivery which he just leaves alone. Smith. $13 for 1. O'Geese is 6. Hodges still a naught. More changes being made. One of the slip men being pulled out now. So we have 2 short extra covers for O'Geese.
Still changing that up a bit.
Yeah. We may have Savory catching. And Imla would have maybe pulled up something from the data bank. So we're now down to 2 slips of gully, backward point. 2 short extra covers. Ken just leaving that one. That ball dying as it was on his way. Imla just skipping across in front of the first slip. 13 for 1. A lovely sunny day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Nation getting ready for general elections on the 30th of April. Today is the convention for the ruling party, the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. 13 for 1. If you're coming from church, please come to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and witness some cricket. Oggies gets a delivery from Smith and leaves that alone. We a good lever.
Yes, he has been a good leaver. He has been very selective in his deliveries. We saw him dispatching the short ones. So we can say that he's batting with much discretion.
And that's the approach you want from an opening batsman, is to have a look. Yeah.
Especially at this level, trying to move on to the next level of West Indies cricket.
But it's not just only about just spending time at the crease. It's about really converting that start into a big one. Niall Smith is now gone around the wicket, and he maybe might have seen something that we don't know about. Ken just inside the line there. So at the end of over number 9, the Windward Island Volcanoes batting first. They're 13 for 1. Hodges not. Ogis is 6 from 29. And I'm alongside my colleague for the day, Clement Joseph. Your thoughts so far, Clement?
I think that the Windward Islands have been very circumspect as the batters rather. We look at Can we really say that um, Pascal gave his wicket away? It was a gentle push and just spooned it back to Chemo Paul. He was out for 7. As
Back with the wicket taker Paul. It's going to bowl to Hodge, who's a knot. Hodge is turning this into the square leg area. Come back for a couple quite easily. And Hodge is off the mark. Score in the meantime goes up to 15 for 1.
we saw in that shot, there was Hodge looking for the vacant position, turning it there, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Here comes Paul in now to Hodge. Hodge is driving straight up to mid-off. Mid-on and the mid-off very close in the context. Just looking back at the last season, Niall Smith would have bowled some 101 overs, 13 maidens, 15 wickets. During that time, the one to get more wickets in this season. Chemo Paul, he started well for Guyana. He's bounding away, goes past Bassarat into bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is just defending, just getting his feet moving pretty early.
Hodge creates this anticipation in viewers that when he gets to the wicket, he almost always looks settled, and like we were expecting big things to go on for Hodge.
Look how you said that. Sound like a real Jamaican. Here's Hodge just working it again. The field at square leg, diving away. And this time he was able to narrow that down just to the single. Big things are going on here in Antigua and Barbuda for the cricket action today.
The Richard Stadium, replacing the famed Antigua Recreation Ground. Well, you cannot say replacing because you
Nothing can replace that.
You cannot replace the ambience, the majestical.
So many cherished moments.
You know,
we're talking about that, today. I'll come back to that in a little while. So Clement, here goes Chemo Paul to bowl to the left-hander O'Geese. Again, touching down, and O'Geese not tempted. We're talking about April 12th. Seems like a long time ago. And on April 12th, 2004, the Prince of Port of Spain, Sir Brian Charles Lara, scored an unbeaten 400 not out in the fourth test against England at the historic Antigua Recreation Ground here in Antigua and Barbuda. And this was after he scored 375 as I break for a while. Paul into O'Geese, and O'Geese can shoulder in arms. Over comes to an end, and at the end of it, 16 for 1. O'Geese is 6, Hodges 3, and 10 overs bowled so far. I guess we were talking about the Prince of Port of Spain and the history lesson of the Antigua Recreation Ground. He scored 375 against the same team in 1994. That record stood for 10 years. And then before the Australian Macho Hayden scored 380 versus Zimbabwe. And Lara came back and cracked 400, the first 400 in Test cricket. And on that day, April 12th, we're talking about 2004, his 50 came off 115 minutes, 61 balls, 7 fours, 100, 197 minutes, 131 balls, 13 fours, 150, 278 minutes, 260 balls, 22 fours and 1 6, 200, 287 minutes, 323 balls, 27 fours and 1 6. 300, 576 minutes, 404 balls, 34 fours, 2 sixes, 350, 678 minutes, 484, 39 fours and 3 sixes, and the record 400, 773 minutes, 582 balls with 43 boundaries and 4 sixes. Hodge gets a quiet single as he just stops it in front of the square leg fielder, and he goes to 4. The score goes to 17 for 1. Were you there at the Antigua Recreation Ground, Mr. Joseph?
No, I was not.
Well, I was there.
What year was that? 2000 and
Very long time ago.
2012?
April 12, 2004.
2004. Where was I?
Where were you at that time?
I was stationed in South Korea, U.S. Army. So I would have followed that online.
Online. Now Smith looking to make some changes. He's going to come around the wicket to bowl to O'Geese. Again, O'Geese just not interested. Like I said, talking about Niall Smith from last season. 6 matches, 101 overs, 13 maidens, 15 wickets, 377 runs, best bowling figures of 4 for 21. So, by his standards, he would want to maybe get more than 15 wickets in the contest. Niall Smith just bounding away, turned into the onside, square leg era, just more or less in the mid-wicket era. Rotation of strikers been good, very easy single. The man himself was Sammy Pomal, who from 7 matches last season, 260.2 overs, 58 maidens, 32 wickets, 715 runs, best bowling figures of 6 for 75. And he would be licking his lips to come on and bowl here on this track. But it's not his turn yet. It is the turn of Niall Smith. He's not bounding in. Ooh.
That was a dangerous leap, I would think.
Yeah. That's when Smith is most dangerous, when he gets the ball to induck. Just needs to just about anywhere around that 4-meter length.
Hodge needs to keep a close eye.
18 for 1, the Guyana Happy Eagles winning the toss. Tevin Imla called right. Maybe just might have been about 9:34 this morning. Smith with a brand new red cherry in his hand. To Hodge. And Hodge with a big stride. This sort of swing bowling would sort of remind him of New Zealand and England.
Especially in England, English conditions, where he did well. I think that's where he got his first century.
He's a fighter.
Yes, he is.
A young man. Here goes Niall Smith. Ambling up to Hodge. And again, Hodge with a leave. How many times we've seen the batsman leave the ball? 11 overs bowled. The ladies score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Windward Isle Vulcan is at 18 for 1. O'Geese is 7 and Hodge is 4.
Paul continues a pair. That Paul is going to continue. He has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 5. Only wicket fall, that of Pascal. Caught ball by Paul coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, Pascal looking to dig in, as they would say, in the context. Gets a Very wayward delivery, which is called wide by umpire Bassarat.
Make the signal.
Paul, maybe just working up some gas, as they would say. Feeling excited around the wicket to Ogis, and Ogis just comes quietly forward. That maybe we might have hit him on the knuckles.
He's flexing them, removing the glove and increasing the tension. Probably still moisture in the wicket. That one kicked up, caught him on the glove. Seems okay. He readies himself to face Paul, who's coming over the wicket.
Yeah, something which you don't see rarity of here. Very compact defense there. Just would like to see him just get that bat in front of his pad, because Paul is skillful enough. He's working, he's ambling at those pads.
Yes.
So good morning to, I know you were calling out some folks earlier. Lockhart Sebastian in Dominica. He'd be glued to his television. Good leave. One of the guys who, in the days of Combine Islands, I would have seen so much of in St. Kitts. Lockhart himself went on to be one of the selectors as well for the West Indies. Worked in the sports division for a number of years. And it's good to see his son, who would have captained also this franchise, now being the manager. Ogis is driving through the offside. And we'll pick up a couple of runs. The boundaries here, Sir Clement, 70 meters. And we still have room.
Yes. There's a beautiful shot there by Auguste.
Talking about Ogis would have represented the West Indies Academy last season, 7 matches, 287 runs, high score of 77. He's a much better player than that. Again, good leave again. Bassarat does signal to Dighton Butler that there's maybe one more legal delivery expected in this over. 21 for 1. Hodge, from his 6 matches last season, 314 runs, high score of 126. He had 1 half century and 100. By his standards, you would know that that is not good enough, because he sets high standards. Kevin Hodge. Here's Ogis driving again. A little airily, but you will have to say he's maybe delayed that shot. Over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 12, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 22 for 1. Pascal is back in the hut. And the first hour's play, Mr. Joseph, has come to an end. And we ourselves will take a Dasani water break. Just to give you some update, just before we rush off, so that you have an idea. Isaiah Thorne, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 7 runs, no wickets. Kimo Paul, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. And the man himself in Niall Smith, 2 overs, no maidens, 6 runs, no wickets. Windward Islands have lost the wicket of Stefan Pascal. Cotton Bowl Kimo Paul for 6. Geese is not out on 10. And Kevin Hodge, the number 3 for the Windward Islands, is not out on 4 from 13. So we take a Dasani water break with the Windward Island Volcanoes, 22 for 1. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. First hour of play. Some 12 overs bowl. 22 for 1. I'll give Sir Clement a chance to just welcome Vasami Pomal, who last season bowled 260.2 overs, 58 maidens, 715 runs with 32 wickets. Over to you, Sir Clement.
Okay, so Pomal will be bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Left arm. He's been on the scene for some time now and is a household name in West Indies cricket. He's played for the West Indies. He's taken wickets. He's had some life-saving scores at times. So he's bowling over the wicket, left arm orthodox. Bowls dead ball signal by umpire Butler. Might have missed his step there. And we had the first hour. As comes up, his delivery, and there is Ogis punching that one through the covers on what should have been that ball raced down into the backward point area for 4. Beautiful shot by Ogis. That is his second 4, and he's probably waited for the break to explode. Score is now 22 for 1, and there is Pramal bowling no run to that delivery. Pramal again gets ready over the wicket again to bowl to Ogis, and leaning forward and pushing that one into the offside. Man at cover just ambling in, picking it up, no run. Merle again down the leg side and plays this one off his pad, but straight to the man moving around from leg gully area there to field. No run. There's a backward square leg. There is a long on, a mid off, backward point, short cover, one slip, short mid wicket, and there he is playing that one. There's a short leg, past the short leg man from the backward square, running around, and single. Ogis moves on to 15. The score moves on to 26 for 1, or 14 rather.
We see arrival of another ambulance, camera shot there. But I think he came to the wrong location. He maybe thought it was a football game taking place here, so you have to go all the way around. Vast acres of land here at the North Song Cricket Ground.
Constructed in time for the 2007 World Cup.
Seems like a long time ago.
Yes, it is. Pitched up to the black hole, and there is Hodge just pushing at that one. End of Prevail's over. Some 5 runs in that over. And the score now 27 at the end of over number 13. 27 for 1.
Yeah, 27 for 1. Just in case you just joined us via the West Indies YouTube channel, it's a bright and brand new start of a new season of the West Indies Championship. It's the red ball version. And exciting times for West Indies cricket. Alongside Sir Clement Joseph. Just looking back at the standings from last season. Guyana Happy Eagles winning out with 126.6 points. Barbados finishing second with 121.2 points. Trinidad and Tobago third with 111. Leeward Islands with 98.5. Back to you.
And that one was flashed through the cover area by O'Geese. It seems to be Smith back in the attack, having changed ends, going to the Andy Roberts. And what a beautiful shot by O'Geese offside the off stump. And he was onto that one.
This is the beauty of the young man, especially when he's on the go. Half volley, and he put it away nicely. True extra cover for 4. Execution was perfect.
Again, Smith around the wicket. And this one
Ooh.
in the black hole, and he
How
did very
he
well
keep
to get that one
out?
out.
Yes. And that's when Smith is most dangerous. And in fact, I think this is a good ploy by Imla because to me, Smith is most dangerous when he's bowling from the Dr. Sir and the Roberts end.
Okay.
I first saw Smith against the Leeward Islands right from that end. Seems like a long time ago. Niall Smith. He's got good control. The young man.
Bowls again, runs in. And there is
creaming
oh
it for 4 more. Another half volley.
What a beauty. What a beauty. Stroke that one through vacant cover area. Shopping at the gap. Beautiful stroke by O'Geese, and O'Geese really looks good. It's my first time having seen him, and there was a half volley outside the off stump. And what was beautiful about it, his leg was out there to the pitch of the delivery.
I was looking at his head position.
Yes, everything was picture perfect.
Yeah. Goes to 23 now.
And this one flashes this one down to the backward point area.
Yeah, don't like that. Don't like that shot. He lost his shape there.
Yes,
he was
he did.
going for an expansive big drive there. Just needed to just take it easy. He's got to start. He's now got to convert that into something big. He's not playing for the academy anymore. He's now playing for his home franchise.
I think there was a thick outside edge that got him that. Got 2. He moves on to, should be 25 there about now.
Some 10 runs off this over so far, including 2 lovely boundaries. Smith would want to have the last laugh.
And that was a better shot, much control, and he just kind of opened the face of his bat, timing, rolls into the boundary now for 4. And in contrast to the last shot, that was class.
But I think that's the shot of the day so far, Sir Clement.
Yes, it definitely was.
He found the gap. He was headed, positioning, everything was picture perfect. And that will give the young man some confidence. Score flashes up to 41 for 1.
And in contrast to how he started, I think he took almost 15 balls to get off the mark this morning.
He was trying to go for a ball which really never got up there.
High enough. And again, I hope Hodge is instilling in him that he needs to be patient. He showed patience this morning. A few wayward deliveries giving him confidence, and now he's thinking that every ball deserves to be struck to the boundary.
It's the essence of youth, Sir Clement, that strikes you off. We go to Sabina Park in Jamaica. Barbados are 7 for 1. And we go up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, where the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Leeward Island Hurricanes, they're 33 for 2.
And there is Primar to Hodge, who just pushes it into the offside. There is a forward short leg. Short mid wicket, mid off, mid on. Cover, extra cover, backward point, one slip. And there's Hutch turning that one off his pads down to the fine leg area. The wicketkeeper is after it. Fields and returns it, but not before Hutch having completed two. He moves up to six. This is 29. It's 43 for one. And there's a flashing at that one, punching it through the covers. Half stopped there by the man at extra cover. Another two to Hudge. And I think this is what we were looking at. We're looking at scoring, turning over the scoreboard and keep it ticking.
I think that was Torn was the feeler there.
I think he saved some.
Saved 2 runs.
Yes, he
at
did.
least. Because it's a very heavy outfield in the context.
Hudge this time standing up and pushing that one.
No ball signal by Dayton Butler. Pumall seemed surprised. And now Butler's got to go and tell him. Because Pumall was like, no ball umpire?
Here's the evidence. Late cut by
Niles Smith. After all that work, putting his body on the line there to stop that one.
That was either late dab there by Hudge. And Smith read it all the way, dove to his left, and saved the Happy Eagles some runs. Hudge is looking confident and comfortable out there. And the man at mid-off is sent back.
Yeah, 48 for one.
There is Hudge long forward. Premier again to Hudge. And this time Hudge punches it, finds a gap. It's running down to the boundary. But slowing up because of a
heavy outfield.
Heavy outfield. Might have been for some recent rains, we would say. But not before Hudge scampered through for two.
50 up for the Windward Islands. 15 overs. So good going so far, Clement.
It is. Taking consideration that only one wicket fell. These two have consolidated. They both look good. O'Gee's having been there all morning, watchful, patient. We've seen that one rash shot after those two fours.
It's strange enough, Clement, because at the end of the first hour, 12 overs were bowled. The Windward Islands were 22 for one. And since the break, they've just picked up scoring.
They have. They have. And they've done well. They're looking better. Niles Smith from the far end, from the Dr. Andy Roberts end. Around the wicket, and there was O'Gee's pushing forward at that one, beating all ends up, through to the wicketkeeper. The hands were in the air from the slip cordon. Higher, not looking like he was bothered by that one. And there is O'Gee's rehearsing this shot, like he should have left it alone.
Or maybe just played a lot later for Monday's eyes.
Strokes that one down. Long leg area, running around. Picks up a single. He moves on to 30, it is. And As a young man, which is many moons ago, many moons ago. Always frustrating when you have a left and a right hand at the crease,
Yeah,
especially if you like in a very far boundary and you have to change over. You ask the guy, just stay over there. I'll stay here.
yeah,
The captain,
concentration levels has to be switched on at all times.
yep. The captain insists you must move around. Over the wicket, Niall, and there is Gavin Hodge shouldering arms through to the wicket keeper. Uh, Smith is not as fast as Thorne, but when you have a person with such control, it's always decent to have in your team. 51 for 1, 15.2 overs, Hodges 12, O'Geese is 30. Smith over the wicket, bowls to Hodge, and Hodge again shoulders arms through to the wicketkeeper.
It's been a good line here so far from Niall Smith.
As he promised me, he appears to be bowling better from that end.
Yeah, I think that's his favorite end. As Thorne, who as you rightly said, would be easily the fastest bowler out of this Guyana attack. It's good to see him back on the park. I know for sure that I will see Dr. Sir Andy Roberts here as his young son.
Okay. And this is Hodge driving back on the onside.
Very good single there.
It was.
Based on that it was going to Permaul's left. But he, as you would say, he made the adjustment. He hit it on the run. And so Permaul really was under some pressure. He was more or less on his heels.
Right.
And couldn't do anything about that.
Hodge had a head start.
Which is always important.
Smith now to bowl again to O'Geese. It's 52 for 1. And there is O'Geese meeting him out there and leaving. And it's the end of over number 16. And at the end of over number 16, it's
52 for 1.
52 for 1.
O'Geese is 30 from 53. Hodges 13 from 24. And at Sabina Park in Jamaica. In fact,
Flicking that one down on the onside. And
his lines more or less drifting down, but the captain has gone for his champion bowler in Permaul.
And where he has not been drifting down, he's been short offside the off stump. We say Hodge taking a few stabs at him offside the off stump.
The ball relatively still new anyhow. It's a new day, new conditions. Maybe Imla might be thinking about maybe pulling Permaul for a while and bringing Moti in.
So he's now going to bowl to O'Geese. We've seen some change in the field, and there is O'Geese driving that one down to long off.
But here's where I differ to Tevin Imla. The man at long on really should be close. I mean, especially to O'Geese. If O'Geese wants to go, he's pretty early in his innings. Just don't give him that single.
Yeah.
Got to make him work for everything.
And there's Hodge standing up to one from Premier and just pushing it back along the track.
Especially even to Hodge, because Hodge is not that type of player who is going to look to hit the ball inside out on the offside. So I think that you can afford to bring that man
A man
up.
up, yes. And there is Hodge, picking offside, but a heavy outfield again,
Yeah,
depriving him of a boundary
yeah. Very, very, very heavy.
to two.
It's almost like a sluggish outfield here.
Yes, it is.
But once the sun bakes down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it certainly will get quicker.
It's 54. 56 it is. There is Hodge strong in defense to Vermeer. Hodge is a very good puller of the ball, and I'm surprised that a leg spinner may bowl one short and there is not a man in the mid wicket area. The Hodge again just playing forward.
Contented to. Yeah. So end of over number 17. And I'm alongside Sir Clement Joseph. The Windward Island Volcanoes, who were inserted by the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're 56 for 1. Pascal. Cotton Bowl Paul is already back in the hut. As you would say, it's revival time. O'Geese is 31. And Hodge, the patient man, is just quietly going about his business. He's on 16.
So it's Smith again to continue from the Sandy Roberts ground around the wicket and to bowl to O'Geese, and O'Geese goes forward and pushes it.
Sorry, Sir Clement. I think what you would see happening for the day, Sir Clement, is that Imla will use maybe pace from the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end, and then he might concentrate by having his spinners. He'll rotate the spinners between per maul, even though I think that at some point in time they'll bowl together.
Yes.
But with the brand new ball, 17 overs old, after winning the toss, you really want to still get some wickets.
Yes, you need to get something out of your pace
Yes.
attack from that. And like you say, that end seems to be conducive to pace bowling. And
that's been the wicket taking end as well, too.
Yes, it has been. Smith, and there is O'Geese just throwing a watchful eye.
I'd like to see Niall Smith bowl a fuller length. I think he's trying to bowl containment-like, but I think when he's most dangerous is when he bowls the ball a hard length and a lot more fuller. If you remember the Yorker that he would have bowled O'Geese in his first over when he came from the Dr. Sandy Roberts end, I think that's when he's most dangerous.
But he was also mindful of when O'Geese punched.
Yeah, but those were half volleys.
Well,
yeah, half volleys got to be put away. Down the onside. Good take again by Imla.
They have volleys, but that's when a half volley is a Yorker gone wrong, right?
There you go.
So he's probably like, this is containment, and they're not scoring off of it, and he may just bring a surprise one. At some time. Kelper Vessels facing Malcolm Marshall. Malcolm Marshall outswing, outswing, outswing. So Vessels went and he left the next one. It was an in-swinger.
Let's hope that he has got those magical skills to make that happen. O'Geese is looking more circumspect. Comes onto his front foot. And of over number, in fact, no.
We haven't.
He's got one more. So better control here so far from young Smith.
Yes, he's bowled better at this end than he did from the end, the commentary end. So Ambrose.
And we are broadcasting from the Dr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The only name we have not seen in the stand yet is Dr. Sir Richie Richardson. But at least we've seen two of the sirs.
Yes.
A wonderful venue, something which I feel could be transformed even outside of cricket. And I know the government of Antigua and Barbuda is embarking. You have a lot more restaurants now. On the northern side where we have at least about 3 restaurants downstairs of us. You got one tip.
They should be open outside of cricket too.
I think they do. It's
Okay.
very up here. It's very busy during. Don't know if have you ever had lunch up here? Something you should be thinking about once you get out of the traffic of St. John's.
Yes.
Ken hit on those knuckles again, is Ogis, but he was maybe not trying to show anything in that reckoning. Over comes to an end. Maiden over.
56 for 1, and Smith seems to be picking up his steam as you said he would, as the sun has come out.
As I sit here, I could remember Sir Clement. If we're looking down at the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end, I remember did a test match here. I think it was being against Sri Lanka, and it was during COVID. As you know, at that point in time, Antigua and Barbuda was really one of the countries that were open.
Okay.
And in fact, you would have to say Antigua and Barbuda saved West Indies cricket during that period of COVID because a lot of the international cricket came to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium with all of the COVID under 19 protocols. Everything was right here. You even had the ICC's America's qualifying championship here with so much action. We'll come back to that, Sir Clement.
Okay, as Premier takes over again, and he's bowling to Hudge, and Hudge drives straight back to Premier.
Thought he could have done a lot better with that. It sounded
Yes,
like
I think he could have
was in
picked.
two minds there. Yeah.
And he faces up again. And there was Hudge leaning forward.
Well, the good thing about Hodge is that he stays low to the ball. There's a low center of gravity.
Yes.
So, and he plays spin very well. For sure now, we've got a proper short leg.
Yes, we
Sir
do.
Clement.
There he is, plays it past that short leg as you speak of that man. And the guy from short mid wicket runs around at the back of the short leg and picks it up. Single to Hudge. Hudge moves on to 17 and the score to 57. And it will be August to face. He's on 31 off 60.
Although it's hot, still got a strong breeze going from east to west here. That one started wider there from Pomal. Pomal just not finding his lines yet. We're looking at the breeze, Sir Clement, blowing from east to west, so that maybe
Yes.
might be affecting him some slightly.
And just playing it on the offside, we can keep coming around and pick it up. We look to our the west, the majestic mountains of Antigua and Barbuda.
51 partnership between these two so far.
That's what the Windward Islands needed. After the early wicket of Pascal, see the end of the over. 1 run coming from that over. And score remains at 57 for 1. I just came from Dominica, and when I landed at Melville Hall Airport and we landed from the mountains, there was some non-nationals aboard sitting next to me, and they were scared and they wanted to know how could the plane land from here and going through these mountains. But we've been doing it since the 60s, so we have a new international airport being constructed and should be on stream probably within the next year or two.
What I like about Dominica is the vibes after the cricket, the vibes during the cricket and the vibes after the cricket. Fascinating.
Yes.
I was there when, I think the last time I was in Dominica was when I think Shivnarine Chandapal would have scored some big runs. Who was that test match against?
I think he scored 2 centuries in his last 2 matches in Dominica.
Yeah. In fact, I was there when he was awarded when he got his passport.
Yes, he was awarded citizenship.
In Dominica.
Bowling to Hudge, who just kind of stabs that one off his body. And Chandapal was actually dropped from the West Indies team when the test match was supposed to be held in Dominica. So Dominicans were mad. They were like, "You're dropping our citizen. He's done well on these grounds," and they felt that he were, as many other West Indians, that Shiv was not given a proper send
Send
off
off.
by the West Indies and the
You know, that's been a talking point for a long time.
select chairman of Clive Lloyd, Sir Clive Lloyd. They was one offside the off stump and making some height, but left alone by Hodge. I
New
remember,
new format for the season. Quite a talking point, but at
yes.
least we're off and running.
We hope you'll educate us, listeners, as well as myself, on what this new format entails.
I certainly will. I'll try to.
Okay, we are waiting. It is really a strong breeze. You see the palm, the coconut tree at the back there.
Well, I think you only have to just check the flags out.
Yeah.
That will give you a clear indication as to what's to come. Two slips go down.
And there's Hodge again, looking like he's seen everything well, playing everything on its merit, which is what is required of him. There's a man on the fine leg boundary, short mid wicket, wideish mid off, mid on rather, mid off, cover backward point area. Golly, two slips. Sorry. Yeah, two slips.
Smith looks a lot leaner, a lot fitter. Just want him to bowl a lot more fuller, that harder length. I like that effort ball there that he just delivered.
Yes, and Hodge just squaring himself up and playing that one.
I think that one, because it was an effort ball, it sort of surprised Hodge. He was stabbing at it, playing it down into the backward point area. We see.
And man, the backward point is just dropped further back, halfway to the boundary. Smith outside the off stump and seems to be extracting some more effort from his body.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying to you. The rather than just ambling up, the first over when he bowled to Geese and Geese leaned onto him, it was just gentle half volleys. After that Yorker, just I know he's looking to try to swing the ball, but in swinging the ball, you got to really hit the turf. Got to bowl some effort balls. I'll give you a story about Dr. Sandy Roberts.
Smith again bowls to Hodge. This one is way offside the off stump. Hodge goes on the track, leaves it alone.
So in St. Kitts, at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, in the days of Lockhart, Sebastian, and the Robertson Company, even Leeward Islands Cricket and Tiga St. Kitts, they always used to deem the Warner Park track in those days as a batting track. And it was being deemed as a spinner because you would have had people like El Comida, Willett and Company would have come there and got a lot of bag of wickets. But for some reason, every time Andy Roberts came to St. Kitts, he left with a bag of wickets.
Yes.
From Leeward Islands tournament up to Combine Islands, up to Leeward Islands, always got wickets. It's just so remarkable.
I guess you could say similar to Malcolm Marshall in India, as Permal bowls his first ball to Auguste. Auguste is on 31. And he just pushed that back over the wicket. Auguste leans into that one again. Watch for, just pushes it back.
But you see what pressure does, Sir Clement?
Yes.
Because of the short leg feeler, Auguste now has to be more circumspect.
Very.
And it gives Permal some more confidence to find his line. In fact, I said to Imla, maybe I might have just got a silly point in front of Auguste right now. Yeah, you just want to just put some pressure on him.
Something would give. Ogies probably would lash out.
You just never know. I just think the sweep on the offside is wasted. And I might be wrong for saying that. This is over number 20.
Yes.
You got to find a way of getting wickets. Don't believe that somebody's going to give you their wicket. You see what happened there as I was talking about it?
Had there been a man there at City Point, I don't think he would have played that shot.
That's what we're talking
coming
about.
down the track and
So
pushing at it for fear that
the man at cover, you got to slip so the
drop him
can
back.
go to silly point and you can bring the sweeper up
Right in, yes.
onto the offside.
That would have made it. That could make a difference.
The tentative play there. Maiden over, Sir Clement.
Yes, it is. And it was a good over, well controlled by Premerl. And we've seen that the bowlers are now getting back on top of things. They had that stranglehold at the beginning of the game. And they were within the first hour and within the first 15 minutes or less post the first hour, Windward Islands broke out and had some quick runs. And they have now gone and go slow, industrial action, we should say, after that onslaught.
And the reason why I said what I'm saying to you, Sir Clement, is that I find that sometimes in the Caribbean, our captains are waiting. Well, they react after rather than making something happen. You know, because when you go to international cricket, the captains are always thinking about getting a wicket. Isaiah Thorne now is being switched now, just as we rightly said, to the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end.
And we're looking to see what his introduction can do for the Happy Eagles. Runs. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Hodge. There is Thorne, and there is Hodge turning that one off his body. And he takes a single, and he moves on to Hodge moves on to 31. It is. So, sorry, 18. Field changed up for the left-handed Ogies, who's on 31 from some 69 deliveries. And there is Thorne, right arm fast, around the wicket. And this one should be signaled wide. Yes, it is. Taken in front of the second slip. It's real wide. And the Ogies just looked at it as it went past him. 59 for 1. As it's Thorne again to bowl to Ogies. And this one, Ogies shoulders arms. And it's the first ball we've seen that has not carried fully to the wicketkeeper. As Ogies goes down to mid wicket and does some gardening. And to our listeners around the region, Windward Islands and Guyana, and by extension, the rest of the wider cricketing world, bringing you live commentary here from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Sorry, I keep saying the Antigua Recreation Ground. Another wide signal by umpire. And there is Thorne having to do some control there. So that one was pitched offside the off stump and went further down, again taken in front of the slip cordon. And the score ambles in the 60s. It's now 60 for 1. First wicket having fall at 7. And this one again taken in front of the slip cordon, but umpire does not see this one as being wide. Windward Islands versus Guyana. Guyana winning the toss and opting to field. Early success in Pascal was bowled and caught as Thorn. Nice flowing action. And this one watched patiently by Ogis on its way through to wicketkeeper Captain Imlak. Thorn off a good run. Decent fast bowler. And he bowls to Ogis, who again shoulders arm on its way through to wicketkeeper Captain Imlak. So the score has surely been restricted as Thorn switches from over to around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Ogis. Same result, pitched on the outside, leaving the batsman looking it in the eye, leaving it alone. It's the end of over number 22. At the end of over number 22, the score is 60 for 1. Akim Ogist is on 31, and Kavem Hodge is on 18. Permal will continue. He's going to bowl to Hodge. And they have removed the man, or they're just interchanging the players. And extra cover. Bowls to Hodge. And Hodge just goes forward and nudges it. And we are live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound, Antigua. Floats it up, and there is Hodge just pushing it back along the track. And he bowls again, and there is Hodge just tickling that one around the corner. Man from fine leg area running into field. Single is taken. Moves up to 61. Hodge to 19. And the left-hander Okies comes in to strike. Short. Turns it straight to the man there at leg gully area. And this one he gets into his wicket and pulls it around for 4. Beautiful shot by Ogist. Vermel was short down the leg side. And there was Oogies pulling that one back with a square for 4. Got to the boundary real quick. He moves on to 35, scored a 65 as Premier again bowls to Ogis, and this is Ogis just stabbing that one gently. No run. And score remains at 65. And it's the end of the over. It's the end of over number 23. 35 off 77, 19 off 42. Ogis and Hodge respectively.
Enjoying yourself, Sir Clement?
I'm enjoying myself. I'm living my best life, as I say.
No, I wasn't worrying about the life. I was worrying about your international first class debut.
I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. This must be signal wide by a.
No, he got away with that one. I think he's almost getting close to the danger area there now. Mr. Bassarat is signaling to him that you need to run off. What is going to be critical now, Sir Clement, is that we are 7 minutes away from lunch, right? And you know what happens? We always tend to lose wickets before lunch
and right after lunch.
Oh, almost any break. So we maybe need to finish strong here at the Windward Islands, but Thorn is on his way. He's bounding in to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is just quietly just stabbing at it, but using his top hand.
Yes. And I think we're seeing the maturity of Hodge being employed here. And I think he's been a stabilizing force for August. And
it's been a good foil.
Yes.
It's been a good foil.
We're hoping that this partnership lasts, and there is Hodge into his wicket and turning that one off his hip for a single fielded there by the wicketkeeper, moving around, leg by signal rather by umpire.
Windward Islands this season without Jeremy Salazano, who from Trinidad and Tobago would have played with them last season. 7 matches, 212 runs, high score of 83. And if you look at last season, Sadrak Descartes, he would have scored 346 runs with the highest of 119. He's not playing in this game. So the batting really is being centered focus. Sonny Lambris, 7 matches, 316 runs, 1 century and 1 half century, and Kevin Hodge would have scored 314 runs. So in the context of the batting here, is a sort of young batting unit. Alex Atenes, 5 games, 231 runs. So this partnership is going to be important.
Very important. And usually when a partnership is of significance, once it's broken, we see a collapse. Atenes needs to stand up this season. It is, I'm not going to say a make or break season for him, as there was Thorn and Ogis just standing up on top of that one and pushing it down into the offside. It's not really yet a make or break season for Atenas, but however, I think fans and West Indies cricket is looking for consistency.
And big scores too.
Yes.
I want him to get hungry. I want to see Atenes. I don't think I've ever been at a cricket game and see somebody cut out Atenes.
It has always been Atenes gotten out. Atenes, yes. He was on a radio program and insisting that the reverse sweep is his signature shot. And there is that one that
Steered down into the outside. Like to see O'Geese look to more up in front of him to be cautious. Over number 24 comes to an end. And at the end of it, Windward Islands coasting along. They're 66 for 1. And we are maybe on Sunday, April 12, 2026. We are maybe 4 minutes away from lunch.
it was a maiden over, just that leg by coming from it. And I think your knowledge of the local conditions bode well when you lectured me that pace from the Sir Andy Roberts end would do it for Guyana. They have not been able to get the breakthrough, but they have done some damage control, containment of the runs. Permal again bowling to Hodge. And Hodge turns that run on the onside, coming down the track, sent back.
If you're wondering what's happening at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Sir Clement, Leeward Islands are 50. They're 55 for 3. They've lost Louis for 0, Henry for 12, and Joel Andrew for 27. Carty is 9 and Graves is 7. Wicket takers so far, wickets have been shared. Jaden Seals 1 for 20, Philip 1 for 15, and Terence Hynes 1 for 19. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force putting some pressure on the Leeward Islands, the home team.
I saw Joel Andrew bat, and I'm impressed with the young chap. I think he has bright future ahead of him. And
I just wish that the folks could just allow him to just be a cricketer and not have too much of a burden of a young man having to carry, let's say, the Leeward Islands batting unit. You know, just allow him to be a cricketer. Just allow him to grow, enjoy himself. Don't put him under no pressure.
And there is Permal bowling to Hodge, just gets back and says that one to man that I want to call a short mid wicket.
Over in Jamaica, Sir Clement, Barbados batting first so far. They're 46 for 3. Brathwaite, North, Mosley 6, Drake's 10. Wickham is not out in 10, and Kyle Myers is not out in 13.
Kyle Myers, I would like to see him back in West Indies cricket. It's the end of.
I've got to pique your interest. You sound like you have a lot of people that you want to come back into Test cricket, but we'll have some major discussions as the day goes by. Because Darren Sammy only needs 11.
Yeah, but you need the best 11, huh?
Well, your best 11 and Darren Sammy's best 11 might not.
It won't mesh.
It won't mesh.
We'll never mesh.
It's obvious.
I don't know if you're aware of this youngster. I don't know I remember which high school he goes to. He's an Athenas here in Antigua.
Oh, Jacquan Athenas.
And he has scored
the son of Justin Athenas.
He has scored century upon century, and
yeah,
I'm thinking.
But that's we also have to look also at the quality of cricket, and it's nice that he's scoring hundreds.
To better quality, and let's see his medal.
I got you loud and clear, Sir Clement. We're back with Isaiah Thorne. This could be maybe the last over, Sir Clement, so I give you the opportunity to call that one.
And it will be to Akeem O'Geese, who just pushes that one back along the track. It's Thorne bowling over around the wicket. 2 slips. Man in the gully area. Point. Short extra cover. Mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket. Deep fine leg. Area. And hustling and bustling. And O'Geese gets on top of that one. Rise and deliver, and just pushes it down in front of him. And they're probably taking a watchful eye and saying it's lunch. We need to go into lunch with wickets in hand.
Yeah. It's been a hot, breezy day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Very critical in the process. Kimmo Paul, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Niall Smith, 6, 2, 22 not.
This one was short, and there was Ugis trying to pull that one around.
Thought it was pretty high as well, too.
But it was high or he's too short. But it wasn't, he wasn't there.
Umpire Bassarat the signaling 1 per over. But I think in the West Indies context of things, Sir Clement, you maybe can give a bowler 2 bumpers per over, really.
I think we should.
Yeah, it's our competition. You can design it to however you want to.
But as West Indians, we knew when this rule was enacted, and this one,
because you know things have changed slightly, because there used to be a time, Sir Clement, when Barbados used to produce a battery of fast bowlers. The same thing you would say for Leewards, and you look around, you see a lot of young fast bowlers at the under 15 and at the under 19 level, but then for some strange reason, when they get up to the senior level, I'm talking about out and out fast bowlers, they almost become gentle medium bowlers.
And what can we attribute to that? Is it lack of coaching, mentorship?
We'll come back to that one a little later in the day. Good line.
Shoulder and arms again by Auguste.
I think it comes down to you hit the nail on the head. The coach's system having your bowl line and length. One thing you can't teach is that you can't teach somebody to bowl fast.
No.
Pace is pace.
Right. You have it or you don't.
You can't. And you have to understand that. And too many times I think we have a more or less like a copybook, like where we want somebody to look like Sir Clement Joseph rather than allowing the individual to just be themselves.
As Thorne, being himself, runs in, bowls to Auguste, and Auguste gets up on that one, pushes it into the offside. And the bails are off.
Yes. So the bails are off. And at lunch, I'm alongside Sir Clement. Windward Island Volcanoes are 66 for 1. 66 for 1 at lunch. And just to give you an idea in terms of what has happened so far in the morning spell, Akeem Ogis is not out on 35. He's faced some 85 balls. And trust me, he's batted for 116 minutes. Stephen Pascal, the only wicket to go, 1 for 7. Cotton Bowl came up Paul for 6. He faced some 20 balls. He didn't have any boundaries. But in Ogis is 35. He's got 6 boundaries so far. Cavan Hodge, you know him. He's not going to give his wicket away. He's 19 not out from 51 balls. And he so far batted for 91 minutes. Windward Islands lost their first wicket, 1 for 7 in Pascal. Like I said earlier, they've used 4 bowlers so far. Isaiah Thorne, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 10 runs, no wicket. It was a really welcome return for the young man. Kimmo Paul, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Niall Smith, who's bowled he started first from the Dr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end, was switched to the Dr. Sir Andy Roberts end. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs, no wickets. Permal has not been himself yet. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. So far, Isaiah Thorne in his spell, he's had 3 wides. Kimmo Paul has had 1. At lunch, the Windward Island Volcanoes, who were inserted, are 66 for 1. I'll just give Sir Clement a chance to give me his thoughts before we take a luncheon break on how he has thought the morning session has gone.
I think the Windward Islands probably a grade B plus for the morning, having lost the first wicket. They have settled in and they look comfortable in maintaining that. Guyana on the other side, we have to credit their bowlers in the opening spell, opening hour, where they were able to contain the batsman, even get that early breakthrough. But after that break, we saw Auguste getting out of his shell and getting some half volleys and which helped his confidence. And then Hodge has been watchful and he's been at times when Ogies got a little too excited, seemed to have gotten him on his toes. And I think the Windward Islands have gone into lunch and have or are should be very proud and happy of where they are at this time.
So, just to give you a 360 update in terms of what's happening around the region in the West Indies Championship for the competition in Jamaica, Barbados are 51 for 3. And right here in Antigua and Barbuda, at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, the Leeward Islands are tottering at lunch. They're 59 for 4. And just for the folks in Antigua and Barbuda who maybe want to have an idea in terms of what has been happening up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Mikael Louis caught Pierre Bowl Phillip without scoring. Kadeem Henry caught Seals Bowl Hines for 12. Joel Andrew bowled Jaden Seals for 27. Casey Catty not out 11. And the Leeward Islands captain Justin Graves has been bowled by Carrie Pear for 7. Bowling figures so far for Trinidad and Tobago: Jaden Seals, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Anderson Phillip, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Terrence Hines, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 1 wicket. Carrie Pear, 1.4 overs, 1 maiden, no runs, 1 wicket. And Brian Charles, the off spinner, 1 over, no maiden, 3 runs, no wickets. At lunch, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 59 for 4. On behalf of Sir Clement Joseph and the entire 360 crew here, we're going to take some lunch and we'll come back in just under 35 minutes. So welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium right after our lunch, which really was spanking today. And just in case you're wondering what's happening on the West Indies YouTube channel, we're live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's day one of the West Indies Championship, which started today, Sunday, April 12th, and will end on May 20th, 2026, right here in Antigua and Barbuda. The preliminary games, 2 rounds of matches being played in Antigua and Barbuda, one at Coolidge and one at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Antigua and Barbuda Recreation Ground will also be used, as well as over in Jamaica. Now, I know that my colleague, Sir Clement Joseph, was asking me some updated questions in terms of, a breakdown of what was going to be happening in the competition and the format. So you have 6 franchise teams who will be competing in the West Indies Championship for 2026. You have the Barbados Pride, Guyana Happy Eagles, Jamaica Scorpions, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and the Windward Island Volcanoes. Now, the format set up this year is a bilateral series tournament as follows. So we have Guyana Happy Eagles versus the Windward Island Volcanoes right here. And then we have Trinidad and Tobago versus Leeward Islands, also in Antigua and Barbuda. And then we have the Barbados Pride playing against Jamaica Scorpions in Jamaica. Each team will play each other in a 3-match series. At the conclusion of the 3-match series, the 3 winners, based on points accumulated, shall proceed as follows. Highest placed team with the most number of points advances to the final match. If teams are equal on points, the following shall apply. The team with the highest net run rate, if equal, the team with the most overall bonus points. So there's going to be, the format is going to be set up where there's going to be a playoff match. The second place and the third place teams will play in a playoff to determine the team which advances to the final based on the outright win and or points accumulated for the match. In case of no result with no points, the higher ranked team in the series shall advance to the final. So what is happening, Sir Clement? In the bilateral series, the team that tops with the most points goes straight to the final. Right? So in the tournament structure, that's what is going to be happening. But what I think that we also have to pay attention to is the point system. The tournament, as I indicated, will be on a bilateral series basis, with each team playing the other 3 times for a place in the playoff and the final to determine the winner of the Headley Weeks Trophy. The team with the most points, like I indicated to you at the top of the completion of the tournament, will win the Headley Weeks Trophy. If 2 or more teams finish on the same number of points, the trophy will be shared. Now, the match points, and we're talking about these bilateral match points. If you win, you will get 16 points plus batting and bowling points. The game scores tied in second innings, 8 points, batting and bowling points. And if there's a loss, batting and bowling points only. So, for example, if Team A, Team B loses the game, they will only get batting and bowling points only in the contest in terms of what's going to be happening. As the time go on, we will go through the batting points so that you will have an idea in terms of what's happening. So there are points for batting. Anything between 250, 299, you get 1 point attained. 300, 349, you get 2 points. Over 300, 350 and over, you get 3 points. Bowling points, points attained. Wickets taken between 5 and 6, you get 1 point. Wickets taken between 7 and 8, you get 2 points. And wickets taken between 9 and 10, you get 3 points. Right? But we will be able to go through because there's also going to be pace bowling points. So each franchise would have had to put down their allocation as to who their fast bowlers were or seam bowlers. But we're back with the action, and I'm alongside Sir Clement Joseph, just giving some viewers and folks, listeners, update as to the West Indies Championship playing conditions 2026. And we've got a switch around. Timo Paul will now start from the Dr. Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he will be looking to bowl to Kevin Hodge as We bunged away, and Hodge leaves the first ball. How was lunch, Sir Clement?
Lunch was great. In the explanation you gave, I would need AI to simplify that for me.
Don't make it so bad, Sir
Don't make
Clement.
it so bad. Okay.
Don't make it so bad. What I will do is that I will leave the playing conditions with you overnight so that you can study them for a while. I don't want to confuse you with cricket, but I'll keep you busy. So
Okay.
right after lunch, Guyana starting with a mid-on, mid-off, cover, short mid-wicket, backward point, 2 slips, a gully, a feeler down on the fine leg area. Hodge waits for Paul, pitched up, aiming at those toes, on the money straight away, and Hodge keeping out that delivery. 66 for 1. A 59-run partnership between Hodge and Ogis. Pascal, way back in the pavilion a very long time ago, Windward Islands lost their first wicket in Pascal, 1 for 7. Kimo Paul, who was the wicket taker from the Sir Andy Roberts end there, he is now switched to the Sir Kurt Ambrose end. He goes away past umpire Dayton Butler, again fuller length. So I think they might have been listening to us.
Yes.
And you realize right after lunch, Kimo Paul has been on the money. This is something I would like to see from a Niall Smith. I think that's where he's most dangerous, when he bowls a heavy ball and he bowls the ball a lot more fuller. You got to give the ball enough time that it can swing. This Guyana lineup will be looking for early wickets or pace bowling wickets from their 3 seamers. Paul is looking to get one more. Right after lunch, you know what happens all the time, Sir Clement.
Well, we're hoping to avoid that. And partnerships are broken. And when they're broken, then it's a free slide.
As a coach, I will tell you, we always used to have this concept. You get one brings 2, 2 brings 3. And then you know what happens. The whole gate is open. So you got to keep that concept. Paul to Kevin Hodge. Full toss. Going down. Think that
took him on the
might
pad.
have just rushed him on the pad. Umpire Dayton Butler will signal the leg byes. And just for a moment, Paul thought that he had him, but that one was slanted in. Score in the meantime, first run after lunch. It's a leg by. It goes up to 67. 67 for 1 over in Jamaica. Barbados are 100 for 3. And at Coolidge, the Leeward Islands are 63 for 4. We'll keep giving you a 360 update. Paul has decided to go straight away around the wicket to Agis. Full toss, driven up to Smith.
Full toss are what you consider bad balls, and not taking advantage of them. So we saw basically 2 full tosses, one to Hodge, one to Ogis. The one to Hodge resulted in a leg by, and Ogis was no run. I'm not saying that they should,
Belt everything away.
But when these seamers are keeping you down, when you get a chance.
So at lunch, the Windward Islands was 66 for 1. We started quietly right after lunch. Ogis is on 35 from 87. And Hodge, 19 from 56. Thorne will resume from the Andy Roberts end. And he'll be looking to up the ante before earlier spells. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 10 runs, no wickets. Paul, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Tucked away into the offside by Kevin Hodge. One thing about Hodge is that he's very good at rotating the strike.
Yes.
Even though sometimes he occupies the crease a lot. He looks to get off strike.
And that is important in their recovery effort. And they've been doing a great job at it.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to seeing what the day holds for the Windward's Volcanoes.
Torn has got 2 slips in a gully. A backward point to cover. Mid on, mid off. Short mid wicket. And the lone fielder down on the fine leg boundary. Comes around the wicket to the left-hander Ogis, his former teammate from the academy, who punches it into the offside. And Moti comes around. Sooner rather than later, we'll be seeing Moti into the attack. Just want to see Ogis just keep looking up that V. Like that shot, I like that approach. Didn't try to do anything fancy. Nice straight bat. And you're always told to look down the V. The V meaning anywhere right down in front of you with the white side screen. Mid on, mid off. Tall umpire Zaid Bassarat from Trinidad and Tobago. Here is a well-judged single, well played by Ogis. Realized that the mid-on was pretty deep and just worked it into the onside and got an easy single.
I think that was predetermined because as soon as he struck that ball, they both took off. It's a good run in between the sticks by these two.
Yeah, I just want to see Tevin Imla maybe make something happen. Don't be just waiting
and hoping.
Yeah. And it's almost like a norm what we've seen around the Caribbean, where most of the Caribbean batsmen tend to get frustrated and give their wicket away. I think it boils down to preparation.
Yeah.
Another single, suicide, but he made it quite easily. Well judged single there by Kavanagh, testing Permal. And a judged single in the end. Just played it quietly with soft hands.
The ends
and
justify
on
the
move.
means, but I don't think it was something worth.
Safe. He was on the march. Permal, it was to the right of Permal.
And he's
left-handed. But in today's cricket, you never know. And I was talking, Sir Clement, about preparation. We'll come back to that, give you an idea. Here is flashing hard, heavy outfield here.
Will it go? Yeah, just inside.
And they come back for 3 runs quite easily. So really going hard at that one, but the heavy outfield here at this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The partnership now 65. And they normally say when you flash hard. And
all or nothing.
Yeah, Ogis did flash real hard. Anderson getting the ball in there. 72 for 1. 5 runs out of Torn's first over after lunch. Ogis is on to 38. Again, he's punching it. Can't beat the cover. Moti comes around. Over comes to an end. And the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Windward Island Volcanoes. They are 72 for 1. Ogis is 38 from 91. Hodge is 21 from 58. More comments from you, Sir Clement Joseph.
We've seen what we can term as a clinical display by both Hodge and Ogis in repairing early damage, 7 for 1. They have taken it now to 72, and they are treating it with some consideration, respect, and patience, as it will be.
Still Paul?
Yeah, Paul, who will continue from the broadcaster's end, and he'll be bowling over the wicket to Hodge.
Ken Hodge is stabbing down on this, looking for a single, but had to scurry back into his crease. 72 for 1. The partnership was 65 so far. These two came together on the loss of Pascal. Once again, I want to say good afternoon to Thomas Kentish, Trevor Shillingford, Phoenix Thomas, folks in Barbados, folks in St. Vincent, in Curtis Crook in St. Kitts and Nevis, in Anguilla, Terry Adams, bonged away. Well left, no need for him to follow that one. Folks in Jamaica, because I know a couple of my colleagues in Jamaica, they're like us as well too, Sir Clement. They've got all the screens on, paying attention, moving around. The ladies who and men who are also cooking, wherever you are. We're very pleased to be bringing this coverage, compliments of 360 on the West Indies YouTube channel. And for sure, you can know that you're going to get updated scores from all around the region. Just see the manager again squeezing, punching it down the ground. Purmal will have some work to do. I think if they want, they can get 3 runs. Purmal has got a weak arm, and they quietly get 3 runs in the process. So Hodge, with a nice straight bat, didn't try to overhit it.
No, he did.
Just
There
kept
was
the
a lot
shape.
of timing in that one. Came off the bat sweet. Reach out to my domino friends last night before I left Dominica. I wasn't successful in dealing them a bad blow, but at times I can.
So you play dominoes well.
I think I made them. I think I'm the best domino player on earth.
I need to match you then, because I also feel that I'm the best domino player as well too.
That's an illusion.
Also say good afternoon to the folks in the Windward Islands. You got the Windward Islands under 19 championship taking place.
In Dominica, isn't it?
Yeah, in Dominica. I think there were wins. Dominica defeated Grenada by some 97 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method, and St. Lucia defeated St. Vincent by 163 runs. That's a major concern. Defending nicely. Yeah, what is happening in St. Vincent that an under 19 team can get bowled out for 45?
Wow.
It's not good news there at all. But we'll get back to that a little later in the day. Kimo Paul switched from the Sir Andy Robertson where he started to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Around the wicket to O'Geese. Again, a low, slow full toss. O'Geese trying to stay as low as possible. Didn't score. End of the over number 29. 75 for 1. O'Geese is 38. And Hodge is 24.
And that 38 has been as a result of 93 balls and Hodge 61. I think this is not a case where you can complain about amount of balls faced. What he did was necessary. He needed to consolidate after the early wicket. So he has taken his time so far and continues to be watchful as Hodge will be taking
Isaiah Thorne.
Thorne from Thorne.
So we're now down to 1 slip. 1 slip, a gully, a backward point. Thorne. Good line, good leave, good cricket all around. And for the folks who are wondering, it's going to be a very busy year for Cricket West Indies, and for the West Indies men in maroon, they're at home. We're going to have 12 white ball matches, 6 against Sri Lanka, 6 against New Zealand, 4 test matches, 2 against Sri Lanka and 2 against Pakistan. You also have 2 test matches against Sri Lanka right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. First one starting June 25th to the 29th, and the second from July 3rd to the 7th, 2026. Thorne to Hodge, who will be looking to be in that test team. He just nudges this into the leg side area and gets a very comfortable single, but he was jogging, and Imla decided that he was going to throw down the non-striker's stumps, and Hodge got onto his bike very quickly. Goes up to 25 from 63, brings O'Geese, who's in 38 from 94 into strike. Sabina Park will come alive with international cricket. versus Sri Lanka, 3 ODIs and 3 T20s starting on June 3rd. 3rd, 6, 8 ODIs, and then the T20s 11th, 13th, 14th, also at Sabina Park. Ken Ogis trying to play a fancy. Oh, that was pretty harsh by the umpire. Let's see that again. Sir Clement Joseph. It was a slow bumper outside the line, I would say, of the leg stump. Let's look at it again. Banged in by Thorne. This got up. Let's look at the ball. And he was called wide.
The initial call came from the square leg
square-leg
umpire.
Yes, which I found very strange. That was just over the helmet on the replay. Couldn't get that worked out. Great work. Got my tech guy who just broke that down. So Thorne will have to bowl that again.
And this
Ken Ogis losing his concentration. He'd have been better off served in maybe cracking that behind point for 4. He was looking to pull that. Hodge just talking from a distance. From a distance. Please leave that alone.
Looking at that ball, I don't think that was high enough to have been a wide.
I really don't know. But I'm not the umpire.
And we have to accept.
Yeah, so I'm just an armchair critic. 77 for 1 in the process. So it's all happening here. 77 for 1. Into over number 30. Comes quietly forward. Can't score again in the process. Ogis is 38 from 96. And then we have at the Guyana National Stadium, who I wonder feel it should be named the Sir Clive Lloyd Stadium. We have 3 ODIs starting on July 1st. No, July 11th. And running right down until July 21st. Guyana will host New Zealand for 6 white ball matches. We'll come back after this delivery. Round the wicket is Thorne. Playing inside the line there is Ogis. Good take again by Tevin Imla. And then Queen's Park Oval, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. July 18th to the 21st is a warm-up game. And then the first test is at Queen's Park Oval, July 25th to the 29th. And August 2nd to the 6th, the second test will be played at the Brian Lara Academy. And then right after that, on the 7th of August, is the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League starting in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So a lot of cricket action alongside women's cricket, under 19 cricket, you name it. Down the onside again, Thorne pushing this one away. Over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 30, the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 77 for 1. 30 overs been bowled, 8 extras so far. And I'm alongside Sir Clement Joseph.
So after lunch, we've seen the reintroduction of Thorne into the attack, and he's come back strong. And then also we have Chemo Paul. He's been plodding away. Paul 1 for 12.
Yeah, from his 8. Niall Smith 6, 222 naught. Pomal 7, 224 naught. And Thorne just completed his 9 over. He's got 3 maidens to match that. 17 naught, including 4 wides. The last one I thought was pretty harsh. To come for the Windward Island Volcanoes, Athenes, Ned, Tyson, Demba, Leo, John
Ambrose, eh?
Another delivery on the money again. 77 for 1. Julian Tyson and Descartes misses out. Ken, good leave, good carry. One thing for sure, Hodge getting that stride out very early. Talking about Hodge last season, played some 6 matches for the Windward Island Volcanoes, scored 314 runs, and Sonny Lambre scored the most runs. No, in fact, Descartes scored the most runs, 346 runs last season. Amber's 316. Cause of concern for the Windward Islands batting. Here is Hodge undriving, keeping out that Yorker length delivery. $77 for 1. Here goes Kimo Paul, bounding away to bowl to Hodge, short ball, and Hodge is on top of it, just rolling the wrist over. Didn't really have a lot of pace onto it, so he had enough time that he could have just kept it down. Didn't really test him. Don't think Kimo Paul has got that kind of pace. When he started first at the under 19 level, he did. But you never know. Now and again, you can crank it up. Score goes up to 78 for 1. Hodge goes to 26. And one of these have to score a big one. Hodge or Geese. And today, the stage is set for that. Geese getting a ball which is leaving. And the reason why Kimo Paul is bowling that line is to get those slip feelers involved in the conversation.
Probably Ogis is onto that. He has so far kept them at bay. He has quite rightly refused to entertain them.
Again, he's standing up straight and playing with a nice straight bat with his top hand, keeping his eyes under the ball. Over comes to an end. 31 bowled. And at the end of 31, the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, National Hero of Antigua and Barbuda. Windward Island Volcanoes are 78 for 1. Ogis is 38 from 100 balls. And Hodge is 26 from 67. You'll have to say that the Guyana attack has been very disciplined.
They have been. They have kept. There have been a few bad balls.
There have been 6 boundaries so far
put away
in the hit.
But generally speaking, they have kept the Volcanoes batsmen contained, controlled.
And the lines that the seamers have bowled has been remarkable outside of a couple of half volleys. That's what happens when you're looking to swing the ball. Thorne didn't get his radar right there. He's just checking his left foot. Spoke to him this morning. And he says that he's just recovering back from a knee pain. The physio is coming on. Looks like his calf is gone. Like he can't move. Yeah, he's limping. Doesn't look good. Oh. But you never know. The physio's always got the right pill.
We're hoping for the best. Did we get any word on the player who went off earlier this morning?
No, that will change in a hurry. He's now holding on to Niall Smith. It could be maybe just a slight strain. He's a tough cookie. He's going to be back. I'm not worried about that. The good thing about it is that it is hot, but it's got a very strong breeze coming out of the Param area here in Antigua and Barbuda. Wonder if Basil Morgan is listening. He might be more or less viewing the Leeward's game, so he might maybe not have any time with me. We've got a small break here. Some treatment is going to be handed out to Isaiah Thorne, the supervisor of elections, Zaid Bassarat. He's like the medical doctor, looking around to see what's happening. And Dayton Butler, he stayed away from the surgery table. 78 for 1. In the meantime, the spectators are getting some water.
So this is the second Happy Eagles player that we see going down. Might just be cramps. You see them doing some stretching. This is probably to release that. I don't know that the heat cramps. I don't think it's that hot yet. Probably it is. The sun is blaring down unobstructed.
It's
He had
about 28 degrees, right?
about.
And it's sometimes you can't follow the weather all the time because we were told that we'd have some showers. We did have some early morning showers for sure, so I can tell you that. So let's give you a 360 update from across the region. In Jamaica, Barbados pried 124 for 3. And back at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, the Leeward Islands are 77 for 4. And for you who are far away from us, let me just give you an update as to the action that is taking place. And maybe in Jamaica, Carl Mayers is not out 56, 4 fours, 3 sixes. That's the kind of player he is. And Kevin Wickham, I've got some time for this young man. He's 44 not out, 63 balls, 4 fours, and 1 6. And this is after Barbados would have lost wickets at 1 for 0 Brathwaite, 2 for 15 Mosley, 3 for 23 Drakes. So there's been a revival partnership here. And they lost that wicket at 3 for 23, which means that this partnership has yielded 101 runs.
So, did you subscribe to my earlier statement that I would like to see Myers back in West Indies setup?
Ahead of who? That's going to be the big question is going to be asked. So Clement, so once you pick your team and before the series done, I will pique your interest to see who you're thinking about.
Okay.
So we're back with the action. Thorne has got the pill. He's back up. And we're raring to go. Yeah, you only have to go to the doctor. The doctor is the physio.
Yes.
Should be able to maybe get some baking soda mixed up in some water, and everything will be booming again. Thorne? Ooh.
Wow.
I told you that.
Wow.
All he had to do was go to the doctor. That was a good delivery. In swinger.
Still walking with a slight limp, as you can see.
But he's always got that sort of limp about him as well, too.
Okay.
He's put some muscle on, for sure. Walked up to him this morning. I asked him, did you call your daddy as yet? He says no, and he's going to be very mad with me. His cricket father is Andy Roberts.
Okay.
Yeah, they have some deep conversations. 78 for 1. Thorne bungs away. To bowl to Hodge. Hodge is staring this. Past the vacant second slip, down to the third man boundary for 4. His first boundary of the day. And so he quickly goes up to 30. And the score at the end of over number 32. Windward Island Volcanoes are 82 for 1.
Not sure it's the end of the over.
Oh, we got one more? Thought I saw everybody moving around. So Mr. Basso would have fooled me and all. We got 2 more. But Guyana almost like, I don't feel the energy, Sir Clement, from Guyana.
Post lunch?
Yeah.
Or entire game? I think
in patches.
At the beginning, there was that
oohs and ahs. Yeah. Maybe that might have been ruining the decision of maybe bowling first. You never know.
Probably. And there is Hodge frustrating his efforts there.
No, I think what happened is that the Thorne has got a rag in his back.
Oh, yeah, that fell off.
On his way coming through, it fell out. And Hodge very quickly pulled away. I think he could have continued. I don't think that was a distraction. But, these days, you know what happens.
From his point of view, it may have.
Yeah, you played without a side screen. These days, all you were concentrating on when making sure that you keep those eyes open to keep your eyes on the ball.
At all times.
Otherwise, you'll get hit. Another good leave. He's working up some pace here.
Yes, he is.
Thorne. He's hitting the gloves of Imla very hard as well, too. He's a big, strong man. 82 for 1.
And Thorne seems to be getting a lot of movement.
And bounce.
Yeah.
This morning is when I realized how short I was. Just talking to Thorne. And to meet Sir Clement as well, too. Sir Clement is also a big, tall guy. Another good delivery again.
I'm not that tall. I used to think that I was tall.
Well, if I put you to stand up by the Joel Garner, and that's a different conversation,
yes,
you'll be like
very
a
much so.
midget to him.
I stood next to Sir Curtly Ambrose. I was small, and next to the Governor General of Antigua, I was short. My last son is 6'8".
Plays basketball?
Yeah, he plays, recreational basketball.
Recreational basketball. Thorne still feeling a niggle.
Yes.
But he's working up some steam here. He wants a wicket. He wants to get into that wicket column. Hodge wants to deny him as well. He now faces his 72nd delivery and is tucking it into the onside and picking up a very easy single. And one thing about Hodge is that there's a time when he could bat like a Jack Russell. He frustrates you. He just nudges the ball around. And anytime you're short, he pounces on it. Gets a single in the end. Thorne still having some problems. Think he's maybe saying to the umpire that I'm going to go off after this over. He can't make it. He's struggling.
And I think I'm hoping not for the match, but seeing that he'll have some short break or something here.
Maybe just a strain, just a slight strain. Maybe just needs to get through that a quick phase. Might need some treatment. Sometimes I feel that these teams need more than one physio. To have one physio dealing with 15 men sometimes could be a challenge. 13, 14. Torn around the wicket. Bang on target. And they get another easy single as O'Geese just gets off strike. I think Torn will go off for some treatment. Sir Clement.
I believe this
over finally comes to an end. 32 bowled.
Yeah,
the Windward Island Vulcan is at 84 for 1.
They have signal for the emergency fielder.
But I think they only have one.
Well, they have to borrow a local player somewhere.
They maybe need to start organizing that with the liaison officer very quickly. And I think that's the issue when you only have 13 players. You got to leave room for situations of this nature.
Yes.
Or 14 players.
Well, we know a lot of the logistical cricketing decisions are driven by the financial concerns.
If you're in this game, Sir Clement, then you need to go and raise money. Otherwise, this is the big league.
Yes.
If you're in the big league, you
better act and behave like the big
you got to wake up. You got to turn up. We keep using excuses. The world is always going to be expensive. You got to find a way.
It's not going to get cheaper.
It's not going to. Came up all bounding away. Here is O'Geese again, not getting close enough to the ball, just the hands going.
For a ball he should have left.
Yeah. The West Indies, cricket West Indies, sometimes Sir Clement gets not sometimes, most times get a hard knock. Because when it comes to the financial situation, the franchises themselves don't try to be able to raise money for their cricket. And so they rely on the governing body. I'll come back to that. Again, good delivery. That had some bounce and carry and leave. I was saying that you have 6 franchises here. I think the richest franchise out of maybe the 6, you will have to say, is the Barbados franchise. Simply because they've got a lotto. Most of their funds have been supported by the lottery, Barbados lottery. Windward Islands, could be as well into the conversation as well. Trinidad and Tobago should be in a very different situation. We're talking about economy of scale. I'll come back. Again, further where they are. Paul is moving into a little groove here. He's found something. And you could sense that something is happening.
Calypso, Bajan Calypso song, something's happening. And it's so exciting.
Yeah. Kimo Paul is working on something. He's working on that line. Slow ball. Well played, well respected by O'Geese, as if he was waiting for that one. Bat and pad close together. Still want to see him get that bat in front of the pad. He was close together there. Get that stride out. He's asking the umpire how many more deliveries. Umpire Zaid Bassarat has signaled to him. We expect to have 2 legal deliveries. He says, okay, umps. And he goes back to his business. Paul looking to outfox O'Geese. Wide deliveries. Driven. Aerial. Almost like a golf chip shot. Yesterday, Sir Richie Richardson had his tournament at Cedar Valley Golf Course. And they get 2 runs quite easily.
In the air, but safe. Lay away from any fielder.
Well, one thing for sure that in cricket parlance that you would have heard Sir Everton Weeks, the late Sir Everton Weeks, said, is that you've got to make sure that you hit the ball along the carpet. Another well-left delivery. Over 33 comes to an end. And at the end of it, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're steadying the ship here. They're 86 for 1. 79-run partnership taking place.
There's some conferences mid-wicket between Hodge and O'Geese.
I think they would have done, especially O'Geese, he would have done all the hard work now. He's been able to ease that pressure off of him. New bowler. Who does it look like? Now Smith is back in the conversation. And he will start from the Andy Roberts end.
This one again. Outside the Austin. Hodge following it out there, but shoulder and arms.
Yeah. It was wide. No need for him to follow that.
And not at all.
Trinkling of spectators in the southern stand.
I guess Cheeky Hi-Fi might be involved in election activities. Tomorrow is
nomination day in Antigua and Barbuda. And today is the convention for the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party. All of the candidates will be ratified. Niall Smith has got other ideas. He's not involved in politics. He's involved in cricket. Oh, that's a climber. The people are caught behind. But Smith was not interested. The slip cordon was. But I think they're trying to put umpire Zaid Bassarat under some pressure. And then in the end, they just decided, nah, it wasn't to be. Good delivery. Real good delivery. I just like when Niall Smith bowls an effort ball, when he really darts in, when he really gets up there.
When you have a pace attack, that's what you expect to see, that type of aggressive bowling.
Again, corridor of uncertainty. Could leave. No, he's bowling to a 6-3 field, which is a sort of tricky situation. In Antigua and Barbuda, it's now 125, which means that he's got a long day ahead of him. And this is already his 7th over. Not for 22, Smith. Talking about preparation, you have to be ready.
At all times.
Or you should be ready. Oh, he's out
And
caught
he's out.
behind. Squared up. Hodge. Beautiful delivery. Let's look back at that. Wonder what happened there to Kevin Hodge. But it was a lovely outswinger. Pitched and left him. Took an edge. And Tevin Imler took a sitter, as they would say.
I think Hodge was trying to lead that one at the last moment, but had committed himself. Here we go. Yes, and he tried to drop the hand and just took the edge and away. So the Windward Islands have lost their second wicket at the score.
Let's look at the movement.
86.
I think he got caught in the crease.
Yes.
You realize he came on his toe. Wasn't sure if we look at his positioning. Yeah, got caught in the crease. Squared him up. And Hodge goes back. He's very disappointed. I could see his body language as if like, come on, I should have done a lot better than that.
Yes, 31. It was a stabilizing inning that came in handy just when the Windwards needed it. And disappointingly did not go on. And the new batter is, I think,
the captain,
Athanas.
Yeah.
From the village of Granby, South City, Commonwealth of Dominica, left-handed batter. So it will be easy on the Guyana Eagles, not having to switch around after every single.
The interesting thing about Athens, he's got 17 test matches so far. Age 27.
Straight off the mark, he's flicked that one down the long leg on his pads and just went into his wicket. And elegant looking shot for a single.
Yeah, he's a class player for sure. Athens from the island of Dominica. Made his test debut also in Dominica in 2023 against India. Top scored in his debut, 47 of 99 balls. You need more than 47 today. Two left-handers now at the crease.
Also making debut in that match was the Indian opener, whose name I cannot properly pronounce.
I mean, Joshua.
And who has gone on to have a stellar career so far in that short time. They both came out of under-19 World Cup together. But he scored 177 in that game in Dominica.
Jaiswal scored 171 in that game.
71.
Yeah. India scored 421 for 5 declared. So you would have remembered that innings as well. Yeah. Over comes to an end, and at the end of it, success for Niall Smith, 1 for 23 from his 7. Athens is 1. Ogis, who is on strike.
41.
41.
Looking good.
Yeah, he's done all the hard work here so far. Ogis.
He's had a chanceless innings.
He's batted for 161 minutes and counting. It's got to keep going. But Kimo Paul is looking to put some pressure now. He wants another slip. And it's now going to be bowling. They've got a leg slip for Athens. So what if he's going to try and bounce him out? Let's see what's going to be happening. Down the onside. But it's got an interesting story I'll give you in a while.
Mhm.
Sir Clement. To come next is Sonny Lambris, another test player. Come back to that. 87 for 2. Down the onside. Offline.
And across his wicket, trying to repeat that first shot, scoring shot that he had.
He's got so much time when he's playing his shots. Alex Athens just needs to get hungry now, spend some time at the crease where he can be able to bat some balls, really bat for a long time. Spend some time in the middle, stay away into the outside, thinking about a run, has to get back into the crease. He's on 1.
Plays so comfortable, in control. Yet we see these moments of indiscretion that.
And sometimes maybe a brain freeze, in terms of, picking up the line of the ball. One thing you have to do is that you have to defend the castle. Can't allow people to hit your stumps. Got to work on that. He's out caught. Athens goes. He was neither forward nor back. And a simple catch in the end by Kevlin Anderson. Guyana strike. And they always tell you 1 comes 2.
We discussed that just before lunch. That when there is a breakthrough, then it's going to just come on. So what we're saying, I'm hoping it's not.
So the short stay. If you look on the television replay, that bounce hit the splice there, more or less. Athens is squaring up. And a simple catch for Kevlin Anderson. Another one of Guyana's test players on show. And the man for all the seasons walks out. Sonny Lambris, 6 test matches. Yeah. Interesting because Sonny Lambris made his debut against Guyana. And on debut against Guyana for the Windward Islands, he scored 114 of 238 balls, 17 fours for his LBW to Barnwell. So he'll be looking to repeat here. One of the more seasoned batsmen. We talked about last season. 7 matches, 316 runs by his standard. 1 century and 1 half century. There's always been a concern about the Windward Islands batting. They've lost the wicket now of their captain. And it brings out one of their most seasoned batsmen who've been around this format for some time. Sonny Lambris. Sir Clement.
And this is where Ambrose needs to step up and show his seniority. And we are waiting, we are watching.
Well, at this level, in this format of the competition, I'll come back to them. This will be his 57th game. Just works this one into the onside. Thinking about 2. He could be in trouble. He's taking a big risk there, Ambrose, because I don't think the big truck got going. The throw was wide. Had the throw been on target,
Should have been a close call.
It might have been a close call, but he lives to fight again. Ambrose, he's off the mark with 2. This will be his 57th game under this professional setup here. And before this game, he'd have scored over 2,804 runs, high score of 231, 400s, and at least 15 half centuries. Sonny Ambrose, yeah, 15 half centuries within that process. And like I said, by his standards, you would feel last season that even though he scored 316 runs, he's a much better player than 316 runs. And to me, that is the hallmark of maybe West Indies first-class cricket. Enough of the senior players not hungry enough. You don't have that big score. If you look at Jason Mohammed's performance last season, 679 runs with 400s. Joshua De Silva, he got 300s in the process. You'd like to see Sonny Ambrose coming out of a season with about at least 300s.
Yes, they're about. They call him forward short leg, but there's a man close to the bat.
I think they're going to pepper him with some short balls. I could tell you that Kemo Paul is that kind of guy. It's going to test Ambrose. Try to fox him there. Ambrose is up for the task. Over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 35, Kemo Paul, 2 for 17 from his 11. Windward Islands are 89 for 3. The wall, Ogis, is still standing.
Yes. And Ogis has faced 108 balls, but he has weathered the storm.
I think it is more than a storm now. We need the teacup to match it.
Sang a kid in church, you know, we have an anchor. And Ogis.
We journey all the way up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for a 360 update. The Leeward Islands are 85 for 5. 85 for 5. Hamilton not out 20. Louis not out naught. And you have Michael Louis who scored naught. Henry 12. Andrew 27. Carty 18. Graves 7. Another easy single in the process. Ogis goes up to 43. Score goes up to 91 for 3. Ghana Happy Eagles.
Barbados.
Yeah, there will be lunch now.
Okay.
Wicket takers for Trinidad and Tobago. They're trump bowler Seals. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 28 runs, 2 wickets. A wicket apiece to Anderson, Phillip, Hines, and Carey Pear. Round the wicket comes Niall Smith. And again, good leave. Ball darting in. Just moving around quietly. 91 for 3. Ogis is 43. Man himself just rubbing away at that delivery. Paul looking to he wants to get the prize wicket of Ogis. Wrong the wicket. Forcing Ogis to defend. He defends nicely. Can't score in the end. 87 for 6 now, Leeward Islands. Jeremiah Louis back in the hut. So the Leewards are tottering. Louis was caught Evan Louis' ball Carey Pear without scoring Jeremiah Louis. So we now have Thomas, Durham, Edward, and Cornwall. Umpires in that game, Leslie Reefer Jr. and Carl Tuckett, former West Indies player. Driving hard. over the first slip and down to the boundary for 4. He needed 2 ladders to get up there. That was, let's see that replay again. Pretty interesting there. He flashed, and he flashed hard. It was a good length. And the first slip was jumping for joy, but only to retrieve. Yeah, you're told when you flash hard. O'Gee's approaching 50. He's 47, 95 for 3. Waits for Niall Smith, who's coming around the wicket. He plays inside the line of that delivery. He's got some 7 boundaries now within his knock. Guyana feeling more buoyant. They're getting excited. They feel like this is their time. Smith has delivered. Could leave another delivery.
Guyana is not as fortunate as Leeward and Trinidad rather, making inroads into the Leeward innings. See the end there of the 36 over. And Windward Islands rather 95 for 3. Akeem O'Gees has had a steady, patient innings of 47.
So after a 79-run partnership, then all of a sudden we've just had a couple of wickets, and now for some reason Kim Paul feels that he can get Ambrose, the right-hander. Ambrose driving down the ground for 4.
Beautiful.
A lot of bottom man coming into that play, and he came all the way down to maybe just say to Kim Paul, you can't bowl me that half volley. You bowl me that half volley, I'll hit it away. Score in the meantime goes up to 100 for the Windward Islands. 100, not 199, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting excited, getting ahead of myself. That shot deserved 5. Ambrose, he's on 6. Short ball, and he was going for it. He's going to go for it. That's one thing about Ambrose. He's not going to back down.
Looking at a replay of that off drive, just between the middle off and the bowler, picking that gap. The outfield has dried and is looking a little faster now.
Not too sure about the fastness. Squeezed away into the outside. 100 comes up for the Windward Islands, and Ambrose comes back for 2. So 101 for 3. And 36.3 overs. And they're motoring on, the Windward Islands. They certainly would not have wanted to lose the 2 batsmen who have already been back in the hut already, in Hodge and Athenes. But Ambrose is somebody who is going to be very aggressive. He's going to play his style. Kimo Paul just warming to the task here. He's getting this ball to talk, as they would say. It's going in, out. He's not afraid to bowl the short ball either. O'Gee's just holding up things here. Here goes Kimo Paul. Oh, that's a lovely outswinger. Turned him right around, Sonny Ambrose. The breeze just slowing down quietly. Maybe at the end of this over, we might have our Dasani water break. 101 for three. Came up all. We're in the number 55 to ambush. Short ball hammered away
No man move.
for four. He was waiting for that. Didn't get up. Didn't have any pace on it. And Ambrose picked up his 12th run with a boundary. Banged in short, halfway there. And he climbed into that. So at the end of the over, the Windward Islands, as we look at the update, 105 for three. 105 for three. Just to give you a quick update, the manual scoreboard is the only scoreboard working here. Mr. Blacks is here. 37 overs bowled. First water break, as we would say at the drinks break. Ogis is 47, Ambus is 12. Bowling figures so far: Isaiah Thorne, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. Kimo Paul, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. Niall Smith, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. And Vasami Pomor, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. We'll take a water break, at the Sani water break, and when we come back, we'll continue with cricket action live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So we back after the water break, the Dasani water break. And Niall Smith started, stopped. It's going to bowl to Akeem Ogis, who is on 47, and he's faced 114 balls so far, Ogis. Smith round the wicket to Ogis. Ogis is driving. Can't beat the fielder. Cover. Moti. We haven't seen Moti as yet. Some 37 overs have been bowled. So he'll be expected, Sir Clement. He'll have to maybe bowl at least about 20 out of the remaining overs.
I think you're just letting the ball get some shine off of it so that they could get him some proper grips.
And sometimes you remember, he also bowled a new ball. He can bowl the new ball. I think he's quite capable. I don't think he will want to go through that today. The Seamers have so far done a good job. They've got all the wickets. Here is a delivery which is just slapped into the offside. Ogis picks up his 48 run. He's contented to be the wall for the Windward Islands. Now brings Sonny Lambris, who will sort of push the button and will be looking to score, more or less. But it's not just a matter of scoring, it's a matter of the Windward Islands batting out day one, Sir Clement.
Yes, and they're going to, in order to save this game, they're going to need to bat at least.
You mean to win this game?
Well, I say save.
Save is when you're into the second innings. We're only into day one, Sir Clement.
Well, the Windward's batting.
It's a brand new season.
We're expecting the best of them.
I
should be on the positive side.
They've prepared properly.
There is Ambrose.
Ambrose, yeah, he's going to play shots.
Yes, he's going to do. We expect those from him.
But also, I didn't like that delivery there from Niall Smith. If you're going to bowl a short ball, bowl a short ball. You know, but you never know. That might have maybe got a top edge and hurled up into the air. He now brings back young Ogis into the conversation. He's on 48 from 116. 116 last season. Sir Clement, a total of some 42 centuries were scored. 42 centuries from 28 matches. Here's Ogis steering again into the offside, picking up his 49th run. So he decided to execute it in singles. Anderson darting around there, his former teammate from the West Indies Academy. Break for a while. Now brings Sonny Lambris back into the conversation. (107, 108 for 3. Lambris is in strike. Smith. Lambris is looking to crack that pass backward point. Sort of cramped himself. This partnership with Lambris there so far, he's got 12 out of the 21. He's going to play some shots. He's going to take the attack to the Guyanese.
Many of the deliveries we saw being left earlier on in the innings, I think Ambrose is going to go at those. I just hope he picks the correct ones to go after.
Is there a correct one? That's always the big question. There's a P for a leg before there. Stifled. That one hit him. Maybe just on the boot. Over comes to an end. 38 bowled. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're 108 for 3. 108 for 3.
49 is August, and he takes a strike. And to reach his landmark, he just needs to nudge a single. He does not need to be expansive or adventurous. Just needs to.
So, Ogis is on 49, and Kimo Paul bungs away to ball to the left-hander. Stands up straight and defends. That ball had a bit more kick on it. One thing he's going to have to understand is that Kimo Paul is working up some steam now. Sense that if they maybe get this wicket of Ogis, they can be able to get into the batting for the Windward Island Volcanoes. They've already dismissed Pascal, Hodge, and Athenes. They want more success. Kimo Paul, he's got 2 for 27. Pitched up. It's coming forward is Ogis. Very compact in defense here. Very nonchalant. He's talking to himself. You could see it. He knows he wants one, just one. And he doesn't need to get out at this time. So far, he's faced 119 balls so far. And he's done a lot of the work. He's batted for 188 minutes to date. Another wide ball. Almost looked as if Dayton Butler was looking as if he was going to call that one. Ogis is 49. A conversation taking place between Vasami Pomal, Ambrose, and Dayton Butler. All have represented the West Indies. So too has Ogis. And just got frustrated. He was looking to pull that, but he was outside his eye line and his body line. He's still there. He's on 49. $108 for 3. Kimo Paul staying over the wicket. Short ball again. And Ogis is not interested. Every now and again, Kimo Paul bangs in a short one.
And Paul has him trapped on 49, and he's not giving any quarter to Auguste. And Auguste is equally up to the task. He's patient.
Match referee for this game, Carly Felix. Look at two of the on-field umpires, Dayton Butler and Zaid Bassarat. Paul has got other ideas. Into bowl to Ogis, who's getting a little frustrated. Didn't get right out there. Made over by Paul, keeping young Ogis waiting. He's not out on 49 from 123 deliveries. And the veteran Sonel Ambrose is on 13 from 11. So good afternoon to Rommel Currency. 39 overs bowled. Windward Islands 108 for 3.
So we're expecting this new season to see batsmen stepping up.
We always.
And Smith,
Whether it is possible or not is another question.
there should be that hunger. I mean,
but if you don't prepare, then how are you going to get hungry?
Get yourself into the conversation.
And my thing, Sir Clement, is that sometimes when you look at the preparation, and I keep asking some serious questions. When is the last time that some of our batsmen would have batted for m-
More
more
than a
than an
day.
hour in the nets.
Nets.
I'm not talking about 10 minutes. I'm not talking about 15 minutes. More than an hour preparation. Just batting. Ambrose playing nice and straight. That is my concern, and that's why I've been calling for an independent inventory into the franchise's preparation, so that you can be honest. And I send in somebody like Sir Clement Joseph and say, go and look at the Leeward Islands or the Windward Islands practice and tell me what you see. You write your own report, not somebody tell you this is what they've done on paper. Smith to Ambrose, short again. And he's tugging that one into the onside. Heavy outfield.
Still is, eh?
Yeah, Ambrose will only get 3 runs. On another day, that would have been 4.
And Ambrose has shown his Ambrose style aggression.
Well, he's going to play. He's going to be aggressive. In fact, he's been tested with a number of short balls, of which he has stepped up. He's going to live and die with that concept, because he's, for sure, I can tell you, Ambrose is not going to back down. Now brings O'Geese, who's on 49. Ken misses out there. 111 up for 3, as they would say. Nelson, in the context of the score, umpire David Shepard would be hopping around on one leg.
Niall Smith again.
Yeah. Bungs away. Be looking to know his mom and his dad, O'Geese. A chair will be going up in the house once he gets to his half century. And they'd want him to go on and score a big one along the wicket. He's driving. Won't get a boundary, but he gets his 50. Will save in the end by the process. And the second for 2. So Akeem O'Geese gets his half century. 51 off 125 balls, 7 fours, a strike rate of 40.80. How well has he batted, Sir Clement?
He has batted well. It was chanceless. He actually took them from semi being in trouble at 7 for 1, and he stood the anchor to the team. He saw his captain go by. He saw his Hajj leave, and he has been there, and a well played 51. We're looking forward to more.
Yeah, very well composed innings. And then almost for a moment there, Smith thought that he had gone through. 40 overs bowled. The man of the moment, Akeem O'Geese, 51 from 126 deliveries. He's batted for at least 195 minutes, 7 spanking boundaries. And he will remember this half century for the Windward Islands for a very long time.
So long to recognize made 50 because the scoreboard. So they had to alert him from the dugout that he had reached 50, and then he raised his hand.
So more bowling changes, Sir Clement. And originally bowling figures just for the folks. Moti's coming into the attack. Versami Pamal, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, no wicket. Niall Smith, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, 1 wicket. Kimo Paul, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. And Isaiah Thorne was off the field, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. The Guyana attack has been very disciplined so far. 11 overs within the process. And Moti joins the bowling attack. Spin and more spin.
Well, sooner or later, we expected him to be on. I think we anticipated that we probably would have twin spins It's the left arm again around the wicket, and there is Ambers uncharacteristically forward and playing. Not that I am advocating for any wild swing, and there he goes again forward. Watchful eye. So what we've seen is early breakthrough, stabilization, mini slump.
Well, I'll tell you something, Sir Clement. I would have maybe just brought up a short leg in front of Ambris, just for starters. Again, we got this, we're giving away an easy single here, but it's maybe a ploy that Imla has gone about. Got to keep the pressure on the batsman.
Is Ambers being Ambers cutting offside the stump and they at backward point.
For Sami Pomal, he's now going to be sweeping on the leg side for the left-hander. We've got a long one. Moti's just come on. I don't see Ambris trying to hit a ball down here for 6. Got to make Ambris work for his runs. Bring that man up.
When you call the innings of Barbados, there were 6s in there from Kyle Myers and Drix, it was. We have not seen a 6 yet, as Ogie's turned that one on the onside, picked up a single. Moves on to 52, score 115 for 3.
Lucky to get away with that one, Sir Clement. That was a badly lined delivery. Ambers really should have put that one away.
It was Ogie's turn. Ambers would
Ogie's, I mean, sorry. Yeah.
And there he is.
Now that has been put away by Ambres. Short, Moti dragging down that one and dispatched.
It was a similar ball at Ogie's face that you said should have been dispatched. And Ambers, I think, just confirmed it to us.
Yeah, bad balls are supposed to be put away.
Yes, that's the treatment for it.
Normally, as you say, not only bad balls, but half volleys. Yeah, that's what you practice all the time. 119 for 3, Sir Clement.
Yes.
41 overs. Until when, our preparation period for our batsmen become more intense than what we're going to be seeing happening across the region. Sir Clement, is folks just batting for short periods of time. You have to bat for a long time.
And I guess that being okay with their psyche, I mean, it's not...
It's more mental than anything else. You got to be able to break that back barrier.
Smith, the new over from the Sandy Roberts end.
Talking about the Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League, which started way back in 2014, 2015. In the first year, there were about 30 matches, 26 centuries were scored. 26 centuries. Then 2016, 2017, we had 21. Give you a breakdown, Sir Clement. 2017, 2018 from 30 matches, 35 centuries. Back over to you for Niall Smith.
And there he bowls to Akeem Ogis, who gets into his wicket for a short one, tries to pull it, and gets it out to square leg. Picks up a single. He moves on to 53, scored 120 for 3. Ambers is on 21 off 19.
Coming back to the central list, 2018, 2019, 30 matches again played, 21 centuries were scored. 2019, 2020, that was a post-COVID period, 24 centuries were scored. 2021, 2022, coming out of COVID, 17 centuries were scored. 2023, 15 matches, 14 centuries. We'll come back to that as Niall Smith is bounding away. Okay,
Ambers is not ready.
In 2024, 28 matches, we had 27 centuries. And in 2025, we had 28 matches, 42 hundreds.
That was an explosion of centuries there. And
tucked away into the offside. Given Wasame Pomala's had a lot of work to do today.
He's been up to the task.
So Clement. And the good thing about it is that at North Zone Ground, John Campbell, Jamaica versus Leewards, Justin Graves, Leewards versus the combined campuses and colleges, Joel Andrew also scored 122, and John Campbell against the Windward Islands also, he scored 100. He scored 100 as well too. So North Zone Ground, we're hoping maybe to see 100 in this innings.
Over the wicket to the left hand, O'Geese flashes at that one outside the off stump, misses. That's through to the wicket keeper. And the first person who has given an indication that he may go on to a century is O'Geese. He's 53 of 129 deliveries.
Is Isaiah Thorne back on the field?
I'm not sure that he did.
Yes, he is. I think the umpire just went up to him to ask him if he's okay. Yeah. I think he might have been reporting back to him. You remember a long time ago, the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss. And that's, as we would say, some revs on it. A reverse swing there.
Taken in front of first slip. We've seen quite a few for the day. There were a few wayward ones which were called wides by the umpire. But a few of them have been genuine swing by these balls.
No, the Paul and Smith have mainly concentrated on trying to make sure that they've swung the ball very late. Kimo Paul has been impressive on his return.
Yes.
We'll give you a 360 update in a while. Over.
Geese again showing discipline.
Yeah. But all of a sudden, Ambrose he's like a mentor. And he's talking to Geese, maybe staying with him, keeping focus. Something which traditionally we don't really see a lot happening today, Sir Clement.
You don't see
where batsmen talk enough.
Talking to each other, giving them that confidence that they need when they seem to be moving away from basics.
Last time I checked, the basics of cricket remain the same, right?
Constant. It's just the attitude towards them that changes, and
the mindset of the coaches who are coaching or even teaching the players, and that's the problem. I always feel that your best coaches need to start from your junior level. Mm-hmm. Over number 42 is completed. 122 for 3, 9 extras so far. Windward Islands lost their first wicket in Pascal, 1 for 7. Then it was Kevin Hodge, 2 for 86. And then Athens, the captain, 3 for 87. Since then, there's been a revival process. 122 for 3. Ambrose is 22. And O'Geese is 53.
And Ambrose has come in there and he has put some momentum on the scoring. He's pulling anything that's short, driving everything that's full, and he has been decent.
He's clobbered that one into the vacant mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's why I was working out the fielder deep backward square, Sir Clement.
Yes.
I think he's wasted. Because Ambrose is not going to sweep. Ambrose is more or less going to play a slug.
I think they're moving, they're moving him. They're
into the mid-wicket area.
They're hearing you, so they're moving him over there now. Dangerous, but pushes through.
Beaten. I think he more or less.
Left that one.
No, I think he overstrided just a while
Very
ago.
much. It looked like he was about to lose his balance.
Yeah, lost balance again. He's making an attempt, but he's got to be very, very, very careful. To me, I think he should just allow the ball to come to him. Because Moti's bowling very quickly, so there's no need for him to be coming at Moti. Could leave. Think Moti could just give himself a chance. Just above the eye line, just above the eye line of Ambrose.
And he's playing back to that one.
Ambrose is he's gonna look to be aggressive. I can say that to you.
Yes. He's not going to try to allow anyone to tie him down.
Over comes to an end. The partnership is 39 of 51 deliveries. The Windward Island Volcanoes, the latest score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, they're 126 for 3 of 43 overs.
4 runs coming from that over from Moti, who settled down after that first delivery was being short, which allowed Ambrose to whack it through mid wicket for 4.
Just to give you a 360 roundup, Barbados Pride are 145 for 5 from 37.5 overs. Bradwett North, Mosley 6, Drakes 10, Wickham not out on 56, Kalmeres 64, and Lanika Boucher North, Shamar Springer has just come to the crease to join Kevin Wickham, who's on 57, 95 balls faced so far, 5 fours and 1 6. We're back with the action here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And while Vasami Pomal is getting himself sorted out, the Leeward Islands at Coolidge, they are 107 for 6, 107 for 6 in the process. Jamal Hamilton is not out on 30, and Cornwall 7, Louis North, Henry 12, Joel Andrews 27, Casey Carty 18, Justin Graves 7, and Jeremiah Louis North.
Low scores.
Not good readings, as the purists will say.
There was a short delivery, and Ogisha's back pulling. Got it to mid on for a single. And there is Ambrose take strike. Mid wicket is going all the way back to the boundary. There is man between mid on and the mid wicket, the short mid wicket.
Just looking at Vasami Pomal there, Sir Clement, in the photo. It's amazing how the camera can show you up. You look like a big, like he's put on some muscle. You never know. This could be maybe Vasami Pomal's last season. Just to give you an idea what his, I did talk about his figures from last season. Go through them again in a little while.
He's been around for a while now.
Oh yes, certainly. From his 7 matches last season, 260.2 overs, 58 maidens, 32 wickets, 715 runs. There were only 2 other bowlers who were better than Pomal last season. I'll come back to that.
And there is Ambrose playing his shots. This one short offside the off stump, and there's Ambrose on the back foot and cutting that one back with point area.
Trinidad and Tobago's Carrie Pear bowled 233.4 overs, 52 maidens, 41 wickets, from 556 runs. That gained him a test call-up. Over comes to an end. At the end of 44 overs, Windward Islands 129 for 3. Ogies is 54. and Ambrose is 28. Joshua Bishop from the West Indies Academy, who's now playing for the Barbados Pride, from his 7 matches, 255.3 overs, 42 maidens, 33 wickets, 849 runs, a best bowling figures of 7 for 85. Carey Pear had 8 for 27 as his best bowling figures. And all of the other spinners, Warwickman picked up 32, Cornwall 28, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who is injured, he also was in among the wickets. He picked up 28.
Are we going to see, does this format support guys picking up 30 or it has to be an exceptional performance that will get us there?
Sweep shot there by Akeem Ogis, badly line delivery by Moti, and put away nicely for 4. Well, you would have to ask yourself, the reason why they're having this competition or why it is modeled, it is in a fashion to be able to get prepared, like I indicated to you, for those
For
test
the tours
matches.
upcoming.
Yeah, we got 4 test matches coming to the Caribbean.
Plays it off his
Yeah.
pads there down to the man that whitish mid wicket for a single.
I think the biggest headache for Darwin Sammy is really not so much the bowling, it will be the batting.
Yes, and I think for his tenure, it has been collapsible batting, and there is Ambrose driving that one out to mid off.
No, this is what I was talking to you about, just giving an easy single.
Right.
I'm saying you bring your long on and you bring your mid on and your mid off up. And if Ambrose wants to go over the top, let him go. You know, that's just too easy for me. At the international level, Ambrose won't get that easy single. Even that man, if I was the captain Imla, I would bring the man under 45 closer, rather than just allowing him to get that easy single.
And that was Akeem Ogis turning to one off his legs for the single. And there is a tricky single.
Direct hit, he might have been in trouble.
Very much so. They hesitated for a moment, and that's what caused the problems.
That single brought up the 50 partnership between Ogis and Ambrose of 62 balls. And this is what you were talking about, Sir Clement. The tempo of the game has changed from Ambrose, who's coming. He's got 30 from 32.
And I think this may have been the first time we've seen one of the batsmen charging at the bowlers. And not in no aggressive fashion, but Ogis just kind of take 2 steps down and push it to mid on rather.
Nice use of the feet there, as you rightly said, by Ogis. It was a nice flighted delivery. It was the first one that I think that Moti has flighted so far. All of the others were flatter, faster. But he gave that one some flight, and very controlled, balanced shot by Ogis, just showing his class and his temperament towards batting.
But I think that strengthens your argument, or makes your case out that why do we have a deep long on and long off, and these guys are not looking to hit over the top?
And I know it's a concept by most captains, which I've seen happening in the Caribbean. It's a sort of semi-defensive sort of format. But I'm saying if you have to back your spinner,
yes,
you have to back your bowler. You got to be showing an inclination that you're on top. Right now, it sort of looks defensive, but to me, you're giving away runs. The batsman needs to work for their runs.
Because when every single batsman is able to take, mentally satisfies him. It puts him in a spot where he thinks and believes that, okay, I can play this at will. So every ball we make 6 runs over by just swept. And is he able to get around? Yes, he does. And
these are massive boundaries. Remember, I told you, Sir Clement,
yes,
70 meters, and we still have extra room. And we're playing on track number 2. So if we're playing on maybe track number 5, then you would could just imagine
How much?
how much more you can be able to go.
So Moti again to bowl to Auguste, and Auguste hits him
Spanking
over the
that down
top.
the ground. Airily, but it went past him like a tracer bullet.
This is the first time well, not really the first time, but we're talking about bringing the field in and keeping it out. But Auguste seems so set now, and it looks like he's going to have a great innings. He's 63. It's 140 for three. Multi again to, and this time he goes and he goes again hard and high 4 runs. Is it 4?
I think
Yes,
they had
4.
4 runs.
This time he goes on the onside. Previous delivery he went off, and this time he went on.
No, I'm sort of looking here at Vasami Pomal. And this is not normally Vasami Pomal's style. He's flighting more to Auguste. It's almost like he's trying to buy a wicket. Because he's got long off and long on. And Auguste he's up for the task. He's raced to 71.
I mistakenly referred to him as Moti there, but that's yes, Pomal it is. And this one kind of pushed it through. And there was Auguste just stabbing it. And the score at end of over number 46, 148 for three, with Akeem Auguste and 7-1, and Sanil Amberson 30. And these two need to consolidate again. They have,
And maybe
The
even bat up to
partnership-
T.
yes, the partnership is worth
Over 50.
yes, they have gone over 50 partnership. They have been running well between the wickets, and it's Moti from this end. They could Amber's end, and Moti around the wicket. Flights, and there is Amber's forward, playing that one down in front of him. And he's trapped in the pad. There's a valiant appeal from Pooler wicketkeeper, and Manning slips by Butler, but not interested, just shaking his head, no. And there's that one placed in the air, he's out. Is it? Yes, there was Amherst trying to hit that one over cover area. And there was, we get that fielder running around, and ball was in the air for some time, running, caught that one over his shoulders. And that was a very good catch taken there. So Moti has broken this partnership. And Windward Islands have lost their 4th wicket. Flighted, looking to go on the onside. Thick outside edge, up over extra cover. Running back, taking that catch. Not to the pitch of the ball, trying to stroke it through the mid-wicket area. And now the Windward Islands 148 for 4. So Windward Islands now After a good partnership between August and Ambers. Ambers trying to play that one on the onside. Took a thick outside edge into the cover area. And Multi would be happy. Descarte is a new batter, left-handed. Taking his first ball and just playing it in front of him. Here's Jacques Descarte.
Descart.
Descarte?
Yeah, Descart, yeah. Isn't it?
Last year, 7 matches. Bowled 100 overs. 14 maidens, took 12 wickets. He had 369 runs taken off him. And he had the best bowling of 3-4.
I don't think it might be Descart in the tracker. I don't think Descart is in the 11 based on my initial lineup here. Let me just check out the number on the back. If I can get my camera guy to maybe just check the number on the back of the. Looks like Descart, based on his position there. But originally on our lineup, I don't think that
he was included.
Yeah, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, it is Descart. So you're right in terms of Sir Clement.
Okay.
Ambrose, as you said, soft dismissal based on his standards. 4 fours in his 30 from some 36 balls.
Well, this is what we're saying. We expect these 30s to be converted. I mean, cannot come get 30 and be satisfied.
And the sad part about this is that he got about, we could say, 10 minutes before tea.
Yeah. And then say that you've auditioned to be on the West Indies team.
Is Descart looking to overhit a delivery there? Missed out on that full toss from Pamal. Was not bowled well. Not for 37. $148 for 4, Sir Clement.
And there's this guy moving down the wicket and driving that.
Yeah.
So Geese rather.
Yes.
Driving that one through the offside. Picked up a single.
He certainly looked very composed, Ogis.
And being at 72, he should be really be thinking that
Thinking about a big score.
I can do this. It can be done.
Well, it's not a matter of just only getting to 100. He wants to get a big 100.
Yes.
Last season, 1/2 century by his standards. He would have scored 287 runs last season. High score of 77. He's 5 runs away from that. I think when we look at the dismissals of the Windward Islands so far, with maybe the exception maybe of Athens, you can't really say anybody, the bowlers from Guyana have really cut out anybody with any peaches of deliveries.
Kimo Paul to Pascal, that was soft dismissal.
Yeah, very.
Then
Kevin Hodge. Maybe just a lack of misjudgment there from Kevin. He was caught on his toe and he kind of squared him up. Over comes to an end. 48 bowled, 149 for 4. And Guyana, the defending champions, fighting back.
Yes. So Ambrose, we saw him going to Play that ball on the onside. Got the leading edge. Went up in the air. Good catch by the man running back
It was
from the cover.
it was Pumal.
That's who it was. Hard working Pramal. He's been a workhorse for the day so far.
Yeah. Moti looking for more success. Played nicely by Ogis. 150 comes up for the Windward Islands. Remember, their 50 came off 50 for 1 or 15 overs, 100 for 3 of 36.3 overs, and now 150 or 48.1 overs. Maybe a couple of minutes away from tea on 50 for 4. Here is Descartes. Just opening the face of the bat, gone past Kevlin Anderson. At first slip, he should have done a lot better to maybe try and stop that. He knows that as well, too. Descartes comes off the mark. In this inning so far, total of 15 boundaries have been hit by the Windward Islands. 10 of those by Ogis, who's in strike. Getting the delivery, which is just tugging this one around. A little strange feel. I don't know how you feel, Sir Clement. They've got a man under 45, and then they've got a man almost real fine, more or less. Trying to get a leaning edge, and they've still got a short leg. So it's almost like bowling a leg stop line to Ogis. Over 49 comes to an end. I think we're going to have a long day here.
Yes.
We're approaching tea. 2:40. And you're also talking about 90 overs. Quite a lot of work still to do. Again, played into the offside. 152 for 4. Another delivery. I think they've closed up shop. Here comes Pomal to Ogis. Ogis is sweeping. Will he split the gap? He does so expertly for 4. That's a lovely cricket shot by the young man.
It was beautiful in that there was a man deep, fine leg and deep backward square with sufficient time, you would think. They both converged and got there too late as the bird had already flown from the coop.
Yeah.
So,
That's a split Paul and Niall Smith. Only for Paul to say, I can't believe I ran all the way there. And he still scored a goal for the Windward Islands. In fact, he might have scored for St. Lucia against Guyana. Now he's trying to get fancy. No need for that. He's got to look to still punch the ball up in front of him. It's not wide enough for that shot.
he's at 78.
Yeah, it's gone past his high score he scored last year, which was 77.
This
He's
one he
driving
drives.
sweetly to cover for 4.
What a shot.
Pomola's not bowled well at all. And O'Geese has just pounced on him. He races.
That was a classic textbook
Ooh.
cover drive.
Oh. That's well played. That is beautifully played. He's gone to 82 from 156 deliveries. And he maybe just needs to find somebody to stay with him. Gurkesh Moti. He will start. Start his 6th over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. I think Descartes could just wait on the delivery. No need for him to be jabbing at it. Just let the top hand work for you. Let the ball come to you. No need. He's now looking for a switch hit. And it's gone for 4. So out comes the switch hit. Didn't waste time with that. Moti, they're trying to bowl more or less a leg stump line.
Yes. I'm not a fan of of the reverse sweep. Sometimes it's effective. I've seen persons who have played it brilliantly.
Yeah, but there's a way to kind of rearrange the field as well too.
Yes.
Kind of offset the bowlers. That change has now prompted Moti to change his line. He's still bowling on a leg stump line more or less. Now down to a 6-3 field. Driven through cover. Isaiah Thorne is struggling. He was almost, you don't want to say he was running, but he was almost
ambling across there.
no, no, as a fast walking to the ball.
I'm not sure. I don't think he can bowl again the way he's walking out there.
He doesn't. He doesn't look that way.
So why keep him on the field? Okay, so tea time should be coming up soon. We have some rules schedules. First session is between 10 and 12. Lunch is 12 to 12:40. Second session goes from 12:40 to 2:40.
Here is O'Geese driving in the air. They will only get the running was poor there. What do you think?
If the fielder was close, and that would have been a dangerous shot. Probably would have had time to go wrong.
Yeah. He's now brought up now. He was already on long on. This is something that I was talking about all day.
I guess they've been hearing you, including this last occasion to bring him in. Teas from 2:40 to 3 p.m. and then third session goes from 3 to 5. And there's this guy just pushing that one back along.
Yeah, O'Geese. In fact,
this guy.
The scat was in strike.
Yeah. Is that off his body? O'Geese sent back, looking for a quick run.
So do I have it right? It's T.
Yes, the bails have been removed.
So at T, the Windward Islands are 166 for 4. Just to give you a quick update in terms of what has been happening. You're missing some real cricket here at the Survivor-rated Stadium, and you're missing it because Akeem O'Geese is on 83 not out. 157 balls. He's batted for 236 minutes. And he's hit 12 spanking boundaries. Pascal caught and bowled Kim Paul for 6. Kevin Hodge caught Imla, bowled Niall Smith for 31. Alex Atenes caught Kevin Anderson, bowled Kim Paul for 1. Sonny Lamras caught Versami Pomal, bowled Moti for 30. Descartes is not out on 6. The bowling figures for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, 51 overs bowled. We've had nine extras, really. Five wides, two no balls, two leg byes. Bowling figures: Isaiah Thorne, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wickets, with 4 wides. Kim Paul, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. He was the man that really came out after lunch and really bent his back. Niall Smith, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 40 runs, 1 wicket. For Sammy Pomal, he's not bowled well at all. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, no wicket. And Gurkish Moti, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. The fall of wickets: 1 for 7 Pascal, 2 for 86 Hodge, 3 for 87 Athenes, and 4 for 148 Sonny Lambres. He'd be very disappointed in the way he got out. Ati, the Windward Islands have batted so far for 235 minutes, and this young man O'Geese has batted all but 236 minutes to date. He's on 83 not out with 12 spanking boundaries. We will take, as we will consider it to be, a Dasani water break. And it's really a pleasure for me to be alongside Sir Clement Joseph as we take a break. Our 360 crew, we've been working hard here at this Vivian Richards Stadium. They certainly need some tea.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium right after the Dasani tea break. And we have the umpires just going back out just to for you to just have a look at some of the highlights put together by my technician. So you can be able to just view that. There was Hodge getting out. So too was Athenes. And then it was the man who was on his merry-go. Sonny Lambris started aggressively. And he was up and about within his first stint. Just looking at some highlights there. Ogis continued his merry way, driving, sweeping, and really playing some exhibition shots within the process. He so far hit 12 spanking boundaries, Ogis, and is looking to score his maiden first class 100, not out 83 at T. And so far, he's batted for 236 minutes as I'm joined by Sir Clement Joseph. Sir Clement, 166 for 4. Descartes is 6. Ogis is 83. Some 51 overs have been bowled to date. You're wondering what's happening. Pascal 6, Hodge 31, Athenes 1, Ambush 30. And a lot of people want to say good afternoon to the Emerald Isle, to Right Honorable Excellency Sir Basil Morgan, and all of the folks who are viewing and listening to cricket. I know Lockhart Sebastian for sure. He's glued to his laptop or his computer. And at T, Windward Islands resuming back 166 for 4. So Pamal will start after tea. He'll be bowling to Ogis. He's not bowled well at all. Pamal, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, no wicket. But he will continue. Talking about last season's performance for Pamal. The bowl some 260.2 overs, 32 wickets within the process. And as his pitch gets dry in Antigua and Barbuda, for sure, he certainly will pick up wickets. Here's Ogis driving. It's just like when he comes onto the front foot. There's just something about him. He's got a lot of class, Ogis. Leading with his head on his shoulders. Pamal flighting very much into this game. Here's Ogis going again and dispatching this out to the mid-wicket fielder. He gets 1 run in the process. Goes up to 84. So he just continues to, from where he left off. Now brings Descartes into strike. Perez looks like is the fielder under the helmet. Pamal to Descartes is in out the boat to Descartes. Descartes is back on the cross and just punching this straight down the track. Picked up by the non-striker batsman in Ogis, who just flicks it to Pamal. Game played in very, very, very high spirits between these two teams. Here is a delivery from Pamal, wide of the off stump. Good take by Tevin Imla, who is the West Indies wicketkeeper. He goes down into his stance. Scott playing quietly forward. Partnership is 19 so far.
The Scott has got 6 out of the 19. Going down the onside. The ball did turn. So the end of over number 2. The first after T. Just 1 run coming from it. Score is 167 for 4 in the process. Good afternoon, Sir Clement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Springer, and we see just 1 run in this over, and Auguste is sitting there. He's on 84, and I think his goal will be to get to that triple figures. It's this cat on strike. He's 6. And Moti apparently will be bowling from this end.
It will be Auguste on strike.
Yes, Auguste, sorry. Auguste on strike, sorry. And so we have spin operating at both ends.
Yeah. Something which we did predict. That would be Guyana's strength. So Moti to start right after T. It's going to bowl to Auguste. It's 84. Auguste is dancing down the track and hits his down to long on for an easy single. Picks up his 85th run. Score goes up to 168 for 4. It now brings Descartes, another left-hander, into strike. Moti looking to make some changes. The Guyana Happy Eagles now maybe have a ball into a 6-3 field. Descartes is trying to work this and giving away there. The throw there from the fielder went past the wicketkeeper on the 45.
So what appeared to have been a dangerous attempt at a single turned out to be a comfortable single after the overthrow. And there is Auguste killing that one dead in front of him. Does a favor to the opposition by passing the ball to them. And he's there.
Searching for that one, but he was back and across, playing the ball from right under his eyes. Auguste. 169 for 4. He's hit 12 boundaries so far. 18 have been hit. There's no need for him to try that shot. He could just take that out of your repertoire right now. Just stand up straight and just look.
Bleach ball and some merits.
Not only that, the vast acres of space on the offside. They're trying to bowl him middle and leg and force him to hit the ball on the leg side. Over completed. 1 run out of the over. Descartes got that single. 169 for 4.
You're on 85. You have soldiered on all day. You have weathered the storm. And at this stage of the game, it's now that you want to do the reverse sweep.
That's the exuberance of youth. You practice that shot. You can't wait to play it. Descartes to Permoil. He's back and punching that into the offside. The sweeper comes in. You get 1 run in the process. The score motors on to 170 for 4. Batting is supposed to be quite simple, but it gets very complicated sometimes. And I guess that happens, like I said, in the preparation. Sometimes I look at the team's practice and you wonder what they practice. They more have banter talk taking place against each other rather than preparing themselves for a match scenario. Stylishly played down to long on for an easy single by Auguste.
That is the type of approach he needs to take. When the bad balls are there, dispatch them. But we see the helmet being taken by a 4 short leg.
171 for 4. Here is a delivery which is crack square of the wicket. They get 1 run. It's been an easy pace track here so far, Sir Clement.
Yes, it has been. We saw some earlier life in it.
Pamal has reached the 50 mark. And this is only his 13th over. One of the things which I think has tricked a number of batsmen over the years, Sir Clement, is Permal's arm ball. You know, today
Yes.
he's not bowling as fast as he should. It's more or less dragging down the ball. He's got so much time to play Permal's delivery. Anderson coming around there. Return is good. Partnership is 25 from 43. So everybody motoring on. Appeal for quarter slip. Umpire Bassarat is not interested. Over comes to an end. 55. Let's look at the replay and see what Pomal was appealing for. What did it hit? Did it hit his pad? Good decision by the umpire. Imla really thought that he had him. Not to be. So 173 for 4. Permal is not for 51. Ogis is driving sweetly out to the sweeper. And you'll only get 1 run in the process. It goes up to 88. Brings Descartes, who's on 9. Moti, thinking about it. And Kenny brings out the switch hit. He's going to play that shot. He has to get as low as possible to the ball. Seem to have maybe just strained his hamstring. That's a better cricket shot. That's a beautiful shot by Descartes. Just look at that shot. If you have that, why you want to switch it? Beautifully played. Let's look back at that shot there again. Just look at textbook style. Leaned into the ball, stayed low to the ball. Look at it. Elegantly found the gap.
Everything correct.
That easily has to be one of the top shots of the day from Descartes. Descartes played a lot of cricket in St. Martin and in Antigua and Barbuda. Moved around the islands. Really is with his mother's support as much as possible. Really so glad that I saw him got a run out for the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL. Scored his maiden 100 last year. Driving again. Big save there.
That was
by Savory. I think he saved 2 runs.
That was a beautiful.
Goes up to 15 now, Descartes. So he's beginning to move into overdrive. Ball is gone past Tevin Imla. And it's saved in the process. I think it might be 2 byes signal by Dayton Butler. Want to look at the position in there of Tevin Imla. Over comes to an end. 55 bowl, 182 for 4.
And we see in the first byes of the game, extras have been made up of wides. I think there was 1 no ball. That has done a pretty good job so far. And
I think those two buys that were given away by Tevin Imler sort of got up too early and didn't get his body behind the line of the ball. I think something that he might have to practice, just practice staying down in his stance. Even right now as he's standing there, needs to just get down and stay down for as long as possible. Keep saying this all the time, Sir Clement. Keeping
yes.
calm with that hard. It's one of the hardest games, but you have to train for it. Yeah. Very important.
Whips
Nicely
this one.
played again by O'Geese. He's got so much time, young man. The ball comes off his bat very sweet. Number 57 is Descartes. Just fixes those pads. It's got a short leg. Stands up straight. Just for a moment, the short leg was looking to take evasive action. Pamal, we're in the number 94. While the refigure worked away in the onside. Can't beat the fielder, Kevlin Anderson, on the 45.
You have been the one calling for the short leg all day.
Maybe could get a silly point as well too. Just trying to create a new avenue to get a wicket. Doesn't have to be the whole game. Just put some pressure. Just give Descartes, having to look out of his eye line one way and the short leg and the silly point out of his next eye line. Sort of keeps him guessing. Over comes to an end.
So O'Geese will take strike. And all things being equal, we expect him to move into the 90s. He's 89. And to get there without any mishap, Windward Islands are 183 for 4. And a decent score. And he moves down the wicket and drives past the man diving at a short mid wicket. Cleaned up by the long on rather, for a single. He moves on to 90. He's in the 90s. And it's 184 for 4. Moti is the one getting ready. Some adjustments to the field as this guy takes a strike. This guy is down, pushing that one in front of him. $184 for 4. 15 to this guy. He's in strike. Drive into the man there at cover. Nice fluent drive. Straight to the fielder. Sweeps and does not make full contact. Teasing a run. Sent back. Again with the reverse sweep rather. There is the appeal, umpire Butler not too interested. And ask ourselves why? You're batting comfortable, you're going good, it's not a bad ball, and you're playing for the reserves reverse sweep. We have a discussion. Looks like physio is out there.
Yeah,
Some,
she's going to be very busy today.
yes, she has been
That's one thing for sure, I can tell you.
in her pay.
I think everybody earns their pay, you know?
Some put forth lesser effort
Yeah.
than others.
That is always true.
But then it can be argued that I put forth the effort that was just necessary.
Who proves that? You or society? Yes.
Well,
that
it's
could be
always
another.
subjective to
There we go.
society's call. Then I would argue that the reasonable man standard is what applies, and so it's an objective one.
Yeah, it's been a tough day here for the Guyana fielders.
So they're stretching out that player. Let's hope it's not Thorn.
I think it looks like it might have been not. No. Well, Ogis was maybe getting a stretch out there.
Oh, it's better.
Yeah, he would have been maybe just feeling some cramps, maybe in the process. But all is well. That ends well.
Persons taking their positions so we could resume play here at the Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards Stadium, North Sound, Antigua and Barbuda. Twin Island state located in the center of the chain of islands of the Caribbean. Former British colony, gained independence November 1981.
And while you on that, Kevin Wickham has scored the first 100 of the season, 111 not out, 157 balls, 6 fours, 6 sixes. Kevin Wickham, and to be honest with you, I really think he should have been the Barbados captain for this series. Young man with very good potential. No Joshua Dawn in the Barbados setup. And sometimes you wonder if we're really concerned about young people and the development. But we're back with Niles Smith, who's a pretty young man himself. And then we're going to hustle across to the Coolidge Cricket Ground and to tell you that the Leeward Islands have been dismissed for 138. So let me give you the scorecard very quickly on our 360 roundup. Louis North, Henry 12, Andrew 27, Carty 18, Graves 7, Hamilton 44, Louis North, Cornwall 15, Edwards 1, Durham North, Thomas not out North, and Brian Charles 3 for 9, Carrie Payer 3 for 34, Jaden Seals 2 for 31, Anderson Phillip 1 for 22, and Terrence Hines 1 for 30. Early day, it seems like, for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, and the wickets were shared evenly amongst the bowlers. 3, 3,
Really,
2.
2 threes, 1, 2, and 2 ones.
Yes.
Sounds like a telephone number, right?
Everybody was able to get something. Smith. One playing inside of it is
The big question is going to be asked: did the Leewards pick their best team? And I was going through some stats here. So Clement,
Yes, and
I'll come back to that as soon as I find my data analyst. Give you some of my reckoning from the
there was
2025 season. You have somebody like a Callum Boyne Tuckett for the West Indies Academy, who was the best keeper on show. I'll come back to that. Sir Clement.
and there is Smith bowling, and this one is driven.
Lovely on drive.
The field man gave up, but then
Yeah,
realizing that the ball was slowing down because of, again, that heavy outfield.
they got to be running. They got to run everything. 70-meter boundaries. You got to keep running.
Probably should have taken 3 on that. Only took 2.
I wanted to make a point, and so you would understand what's happening in terms of where is our thinking and how we really thinking about young people. No, there's no academy in this setup. I'll come back to that as we see Niall Smith bounding away. It's going to bowl to Ogis, who is 92. Ogis is driving through cover. More work here for Permall. He won't get 4, but he will get 2. Saves his arm in the process. And Ogis goes up to 94. So let's look at Callum Boyne Tuckett, who was the West Indies Academy keeper. He played 7 matches last season for the Academy. He scored 412 runs, 674 balls. And he scored his maiden first-class 100 at Kensington Oval. He scored 103 half-centuries. As we speak in this season, he's in the reserve for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. You explain that to me.
Some things are inexplicable.
That's all I will.
Inexplicable, and
That's all I will say.
nice control shot, but straight to the man there at long leg, backward square area.
You can't tell me Joaquin Pollard, who we saw in the Under-19 World Cup, cannot make that Barbados squad, even if he doesn't play, even to be part of that squad. You can't tell me that a Joshua Dawn, who showed so much potential as a leader, as a captain, as a batsman, as a young batsman, in the frame of mind of what our cricket is at, that he can't get into a Barbados 13.
And that is the issue. That's what I was trying to allude to earlier. That when you have these young, what I call phenoms, the Athens guy from Antigua, and you may say, well, okay, he scored it, schoolboy, whatever. But when you put him in that environment, it does wonders for his, his frame of mind.
Here was a loose shot there being played by Descartes, to me, overstriding more or less. Overcomes to an end, 58 bowled. And the Windward Islands are 189 for 4. All eyes on Akeem Ogis, who's on 95.
So he gets into that setup. He's with the senior players, and he may not play. But they go to bat. They will sit with him. He'll sit with them. They will talk. They'll, say things to him. They will show him certain things. He goes into the nets. And, he continues. But when you leave them out and you leave them alone, then you get nothing out of them in the end.
Here is Ogis. I think he's giving it away. I think he's giving it away. I think he's giving it away. A brain freeze. He's caught on the mid-wicket boundary. No need for that shot. On a 70-meter boundary, he's on 95. He's disgusted with himself and just gave away 100. He could have just walked 5 singles. Ogis goes back for 95. Look at this shot. Not that. Missed out there. There was no need for that. Was it, Sir Clement?
I mean, these are the situations that when you see this level of cricket, 95, so he goes and he says he has 95. But then the goal would have been to get to triple figures. When you see somebody give their wicket like that away, you just want to get up and go home and turn the television off to have nothing to do with the game again.
No need for that. Just walk.
Look at that.
Just walk it. That's all you have to do.
Okay, so we're not going to take everything away from him. We're going to say it was a really splendid innings, and the one mistake he made, it cost him.
It grieves my heart. I tell you, Sir Clement, I don't like you when you batted so beautifully. You walk 5 singles. You got all day. And that's what I was telling you, I was talking to you about. Sometimes when you look at that Alex Atenez, nobody has ever got Alex Atenez out. Look at Huggies, batting so sweetly. You know, you just walk it. You got all day. He's back in the hut now. Windward Islands, 189 for 5. What a knock by the young man. Sort of remind me when Louis got to 90 out here against Sri Lanka. Decided
it was time to out.
Time to give it away. Yeah. Well, he'll come back stronger. Huggies, you appealed for a leg before? Not interested. Darren Ned. Let's see that play again. Can we see that delivery again? Because Ned just looked nonchalant there playing that delivery. He's got to wake up. Like he didn't expect to be batting. Oh, that might have been going down.
Ned.
Here goes Moti. King Cause gone past the bat of Ned. Down Ned. First time I think I'm seeing him. I think that would have been going down, just the movement from Imla. Showed quite early indication that the ball might have been drifting going down. Now, this is where I would have maybe had a short leg in on Ned one time, just to be pressurized situation. He defends nicely.
They put a silly...
Well, you got a silly point. You just need a short leg now.
They usually take your advice, but not both at the same time.
You gotta look to price him out. He doesn't look comfortable on his front foot. A maiden wicket over. The wicket of Huggies for 95 of 177 deliveries. And oh, if it's 100 that you needed, that was the 100 that you needed from Huggies. Kevin Wickham has certainly made his intentions clear. Back with the cricket action. Windward Islands, Guyana, the defending champions, sensing that they could maybe dismiss this Windward Islands on day one. It's a 4-day encounter. And Smith bungs away. His best bowling figures have been 5 for 29. Sort of stabbing at the delivery.
Yes. Into the offside. And a run.
There goes Niall Smith, bounding away around the wicket. The ball to Descartes. He looks so relaxed when he doesn't overstride and he allows the ball to come to him. Good head positioning being played at that moment. Just leaned into it quietly. Guyana feeling that they're on top. You could see the bubble moving around. Descartes. He's on 15 as Niall Smith bounding away. And he's playing a naughty shot there. Could have just left that alone. Just drop the hands. Two slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, short mid wicket. There's Niall Smith from the Andy Robertson in now to bowl to Descartes down the leg side. Peel for a cut behind. Maybe he would have maybe come off of maybe his thigh pad based on what he's indicating. Like I said to you, 360 round up from around the other games. Leeward Islands dismissed for 138. And over in Jamaica, Kevin Sinclair was not out on 100. Not Kevin Sinclair. Well, I'm getting so excited about Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Wickham. There's no Sinclair in the Guyana lineup. But there's a Niall Smith in for Guyana. Just got driving. Can't beat Pamal. Just needed to find the gap. It's not been a good day for the Leeward Islands up at Coolidge in terms of their batting. Kevin Wickham last season, he scored 261 runs, high score of 95. This year he started with 100. Descartes, leading batsman for the Windward Islands last season. In 7 matches, 346 runs with 1 century and 1 half century, high score of 119. He's really worked on his game. Might not be the most talented guy, but in terms of his work ethic, bowls also a very decent medium pace as well to Descartes. And he's an excellent feeler. This young man, it's got some time for him. Played with the Rising Suns Cricket Club right here in Antigua and Barbuda in the various competitions. Played in St. Martin as well. Ooh. That ball really turned him around, but it missed everything completely. So at the end of over number 60, some 30 overs to go in the day's play. And as we check the time, it's now 3:40 in Antigua and Barbuda. Scoreboard, just in case we have a lot of statisticians around who like to keep stats. Isaiah Thorne, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. Keema Paul, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. Niall Smith, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Wasami Pomal, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 52 runs, no wickets. And Gudakish Moti, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 38 runs, 2 wicket. He'll continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Moti.
Just what you were speaking about, bringing that person in short and prevent the singles.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game now. In the Windward Islands, they're going to have to reconsolidate. Ned is on North. Get that short leg in. Put some pressure on Ned. Make him work for his runs. Somebody might ask me where that short leg going to come from. Have to trust yourself. Got to be skilled enough. I think Moti is skilled enough to bowl with a silly point and a short leg. It is drive in, dropped. Never got anywhere close to the pitch of that ball. Moti is disappointed.
It was a full extension and a difficult chance, I would say.
In the air, in the air, in the air. Have to take that. You have to take that. It was there. Made it look difficult. Got to take that. You got to stay on your feet and catch that. So Ned gets off, gets a life, goes up to 1. You hit the ball in the air, somebody's got to be walking back. 191 for 5, another delivery, another dot ball in the process. Just got.
And here it is. This one
Another
taken.
soft dismissal. Niall Smith coming up with a screamer at short mid-wicket. And Moti, he didn't get Ned, but he got Descartes. He was trying to play a fancy shot, more or less, hit it in the air. And he walks back into the hut. Windward Islands, 191 for 6.
That was something we spoke about earlier, that after you have partnerships, and when these partnerships are breached, how quickly we have a
slide.
And we are seeing a manifestation of that now. And the most we can say, I told you.
I don't want to be the one to say that at this time. This looks like Ryan John coming out. No, it's maybe not Ryan John. It might be Leo coming out. Ryan John scored 100 last season. 226 runs, the highest score of 109. I think I commentated that game up at Coolidge. Might have got 100 up at Coolidge. Dot ball in the process. So 191 for 6. Noel Leo has come out. He too. It's the first time I think that I'm also seeing Noel Leo. So we got Ned and Leo at the crease. And the Windward Islands with another 29 overs to go. Look like they're in trouble. Sir Clement, look like they could be bowled out very quickly.
I think so. I mean, I'm hoping not, but
steered away.
Beautiful control.
Down to the third man boundary for 4. Good control shot by Darren there. That bounced on him. But he played it with conviction. And there was no one down at third man. Didn't try to overhit it. Just use the pace of Niall Smith. That did bounce. That got up. And he got on top of it and played it for and well executed boundary. Takes the score up now to 195 in the process. Driving again. 4 more. So Ned has come out with a no-nonsense approach from the young man. And he's on the march here, Ned. He quickly shots up with those 2 boundaries. Ned from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
He's taking the score into the 190s, 195 for 6.
199.
Sorry, 199.
Yeah.
Just on the cusp of the 200.
Getting 200 up for the Windward Islands. Smith to Ned. Ned driving in the
again.
air. Down to the boundary for 4. 200 up for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
3 consecutive boundaries by Ned.
Yeah. 200 of 61.3 overs. So it's all happening here as Ned has come out with a very positive approach in the process.
Are we going to see a third man?
Nah, I doubt that. Don't think Imla is that sort of captain. He will know it's just only a matter of time before one is being nicked off. 3 boundaries in this over so far. Ned has gone to 13, but Ned will have other ideas. He'll be saying, if I can get Leah to stay here with me, Ryan John has got a first-class 100, we can bat all day. Very compact in defense there as he plays it right up to the cover area. 203 for 6. Went over number 62. Niall Smith. 1 for 58. Bongs away. And Ned is solid in defense, posing for the camera. And I know I see an official photographer here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That picture might just make the newspaper. I'd see this on ESPN. You just never know.
Yes, he looked good in the stands, and it looked like he held it there for the cameras.
That's what gets you excited. Mid on, mid off, 2 slips, a gully, backward point. Short mid wicket. Feel a wide third man and a fine leg. Ned getting naughty here now. Served up and his eyes lit up there. Over comes to an end. Over number 62 comes to an end. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, who were inserted this morning, they're 203 for 6.
They have fared better than the Leeward Islands.
Let's not go there.
Bowled out for 138
Really.
by Trinidad.
Don't start winding me up today, please. Don't start winding me up today at all, Sir Clement.
Lost the daily wicket, which is Pascal at 7. Then we had a good partnership.
Down the onside.
And is he caught that short leg?
He is. Simple catch.
Well, yes.
He just turned that.
Straight into the hands of the man there. That short leg.
I think it looks like it is Nando. And I think maybe the player who we thought maybe might have got injured might have been Perez early this morning, but we get some more clarification on that. I want to say thanks to Bernard, who's just popped across to just give us our sheets with the numbers so that at least we can stay in touch with what is happening. Moti, in the meantime, has picked up another wicket. Just look at this. Simple catch. It was like catching practice. Bubbled, 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 bubbled. Held on. Nandu taking a very easy catch in the end. So, John comes out. And like I said, he scored 109. He's got a first-class 100 to his name. And we maybe can expect some fireworks from John. Don't know if the settings are right for the fireworks, but you never know. Anything is possible.
That wicket, I think, goes to you, who had been advocated for a silly point all morning. And when put in place, resulting in fall of the wicket, Moti now, and dead ball signal. There was some concern with something in the background of the bowler. Oh, sorry, the batter.
Yeah. So it comes quietly forward as Ryan John. One thing about Ryan is that if he gets going here, he could get a quick 20, 30 very quickly. Moti to John. John is lunging forward, decided not to have anything to do with that one. Here goes Moti. Into bowl to John down the onside. He just works this into the leg side area, and they come back quite easily for two. Guyana just enjoying themselves, all smiles. Score in the meantime goes up to 205 for 7.
That too was made possible by running the first run hard, and that's the spirit.
Well, that should be the approach, really.
Yes.
That should be the intention, really, not the approach, but
The
the intent
Shot.
is John back and punching that out to the outside. Had to scurry home very quickly there. John, Ned comes into strike. So John is 3. Played that with real ease, good balance. The end delivery from Moti kept out. And Ned remains on 13. So Moti, from his 12 overs, 4 for 42. Moti, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 42 from his 12. And the action continues across the region in the West Indies Championship. I'm alongside Sir Clement Joseph, originally from Dominica, the Commonwealth of Dominica, now living in Antigua and Barbuda, and doing his official duties by enjoying cricket. I first met Sir Clement a couple of years ago. I think I might have did a game with him. Joined, it might have been Parish League or the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association. There's so many people that I sat with Sir Clement, but Sir Clement indicated to me that anytime any opportunities came up to do commentary, he loved cricket commentary, that he really would be more or less interested. He's here today. Nando didn't get that back quickly enough. Trinidad and Tobago off and running. They're 9 without loss after the Leeward Islands were dismissed for 138. And in Jamaica, give you an idea as to what is happening. Kevin Wickham is not out on 113. And Shamar Springer 36. Carl Mayers scored 64 earlier. Boucher naught. Drake's 10. Mosley 6. And Craig Brathwaite naught. No room for Joshua Dawn in the Barbados lineup. 206 for 7. Just like how there's no room for Callum Boyne Tuckett in the Leeward Islands Hurricane setup. I guess maybe somebody might tell me in Guyana that there's no room for Mr. Apple in Guyana, but I don't think he's reached to that level as yet. What I find strange is Quinton Sampson. I don't know if he plays red ball, but he's not in the conversation.
He recently played for the West Indies.
Yes. So what has happened to him? Interesting. And you know, the big cry that you've been hearing about, the return of Evan Lewis to first-class cricket.
Has he actually been selected?
He's playing today.
Oh, he's playing today. Okay.
Yeah, he's playing for Trinidad and Tobago. So, and he's showing his indication that he wants to get into the test team. I would want to get into the test team too. Think I'm going to go and train. I might be good enough. Darren Sammy might have a look at me if I get some runs over completed. Ned keeps that out. No, he's got one more delivery. Not for 53 here for Sammy Pamal. Not one of his best bowling days for Guyana. But never count him out. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 64 overs, Sir Clement, 207 for 7.
And less wickets could have been, I should say, sacrificed for this 207. Um,
It's about game awareness, Sir Clement, and understanding the situation. It's 90 overs, but 90 overs sounds like a lot of overs. But if you have not prepared
to bat
for,
90
for 90
overs.
overs, this is what we're gonna see in the in this tournament. And again, I keep talking about preparation.
And we were approaching tea, and then after tea, we were looking at the last hour, before the end of play. So we take it and we're going to bat 30 minutes at a time or an hour at a time. And we saw Auguste, who was sitting well, doing well,
Just gave it away.
and just
And
gave
that's what
up
I
the
was saying to
ghost.
you. If you could examine who maybe would have got maybe decent deliveries for the day, most of the other Windward Island batsmen were just soft dismissals early in the process.
Yeah. And what happens is that the team suffers. They're going to have to put pressure on their bowlers to hold Guyana down.
John scored a first class 100 last season, is in strike. Seems to have a good piece of willow there. As he's got long levers, Ryan John. He just came casually forward to a Moti flighted delivery. Moti 4 for 44. John playing inside the line of the ball. Good take by Imla. Over 65 come to an end. The Windward Island Volcanoes now trying to hustle around. It's now 3:59 in Antigua and Barbuda.
Are there penalties so slow over it?
I wish we had penalties when people don't score 100. I really wish that.
There's a penalty for that. It's called out.
Well said. Well said. Well said. 209 for 7. It's all spin now because the Pacers have really worked hard. And between the Pacers, they've bowled some. I'll come back to that, how many overs that they would have bowled. So you kind of get an idea as to how Tevin Imler has had to juggle his seamers today. Torn bowled 10. Niles Smith bowled so
raced away down here
downhill
for 4.
for 4. So out of the 60 odd overs that have been bowled, the Pacers alone, Sir Clement, bowled 37 between them.
And that's a little over half. 3 pieces, evenly shared, I guess. And then we have 2 left arm spinners, and this one is striking it back, but straight to the man at mid-on. It looks like Preval up there.
Pomal?
Premal, rather. He's the bowler.
No, it's Pomal is bowling.
The bowler. Yeah, he's the bowler. Yeah.
Still attacking with a slip. So I would still I would just love to put some pressure. I'd just like to put some pressure on Ned. Really. That's a good point here that you raised with me. Let's look into the lineup here. You should be wearing the number 5. So if you find the number 5, you should see him.
Okay.
There's a break. There's a Dasani water break. So at the second break, as we're talking the second drinks break, Windward Islands are 213 for 7. 66 overs have been bowled. Let's just bring our folks up to date in terms of what has happened so far. Aki Mogis, caught per mall, Bowl Moti for 95, 177 balls, 12 fours. Pascal, caught and bowl came up all for 6. Calvin Hodge, caught Imla, bowl Niall Smith for 31. Alex Attanes, caught Anderson, bowl came up all for 1. Sonny Lambris, caught per mall, bowl Moti for 30. Shadrach Descartes, caught Smith, bowl Moti for 15. Darren Ned not out 17. Noel Leo, he is the wicketkeeper and he was caught Nando bowl Moti without scoring, and Ryan John is not out 6. Bowling figures so far: Gurkish Moti, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 44 runs, 4 wickets. Kimo Paul, he really bowled well after lunch. He really upstaged everything here for the Windward Islands. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. And Niall Smith, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 58 runs, 1 wicket. Vasami Pamal, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 57 runs, no wickets. And Isaiah Thorne, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. On behalf of my co-host here, Sir Clement Joseph, we'll take a Dasani water break. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and I'm alongside Sir Clement Joseph from the Commonwealth of Dominica, who's sharing the moment here with me. We'll just start this over, and then I will give Sir Clement a chance to be able to dissect Moti, starting his 14th over. John is back, and late cutting down to the boundary for 4. He's got a good cricket bat. It's not branded, and so it must be a real goodwill or something that he's got for a good while. He's gone up to 10 straight away, and he could just change his game very quickly. 217 for 7. Ryan John is 10. Moti, 4 for 48. Starts from the circle the Amber's end. John technically coming forward. Got to find that feeler, Imla. You got to get somebody under his helmet. You got to slip. You got a silly point. You need a short leg. Come past him again. Playing inside the line. Get that bat pad. Get somebody there thinking about it. Sporting action continues in the Caribbean. We got the Gene Pier Under 16 Netball Championship taking place. Back and across and defending. Antigua and Barbuda losing out to St. Lucia 34-14. Got a number of OECS countries participating in that championship. Moti. John quietly forward. Not trying anything at all. Again, playing with soft hands. Killing that slightly. So over comes to an end. 67 bowled, 217 for 7. And my colleague, Sir Clement Joseph, will take over.
So as it appears, there is changing gloves, is it? Or some thing from the dressing room?
Maybe a message.
From the Windward's dressing room. We have Ryan John. He's on 10 of 20 deliveries. Darren and Ned is on 17 of 23 deliveries.
Now, I think the message that would have come out with Sir Clement, remember I told you that batting points and bowling points.
Right.
So the first objective here would be for the Windward Islands to get to 250, in which they will be able to get 1 batting point.
Okay.
So that would have to be a message that would be sent out. They're 218 for 7.
And both batsmen, you said, to have centuries to their names? Or just, was it
just Ryan John? Ryan John scored
John.
100 last season. He scored his maiden first class 100.
Right. So he's quite capable.
Yeah, he is.
And Ned has played competently so far.
Yeah,
and there is John.
Look very compact. Well, he started aggressively. He's since adjusted himself. Decided to spend some time here.
Kamal again to John. John is just playing it back along the track. And Kamal again, and there's Ned. John rather driving on the onside. Man, the point. Sorry. Then balls and they called for quick single. Wasn't gathered cleanly by the fielder. Went past him. As a result, they got 2.
Yeah. One thing for sure is that you got to be able to keep your eyes on the ball at all times. Even if you're a fielder, even if you're a batsman. At that time, I think it might have been Moti. He might have been guilty. Inside edge. They would call it a French cut. They come back quite easily for 2. Kimmer Paul is after it. Just underarms the ball. And the score in the meantime goes up to 222 for 7, Sir Clement.
And getting closer to that 250. Looks doable, looks easy. I'm hoping that they could stay in there, plug away until they get to that goal.
And things slowing down more or less here as well too. Ned and John having a conversation. John just saying to Ned, just look to play up the V for a longer period of time. Don't know if Ned is listening, but we'll find out.
Listening is my partner Speedo, police colleague in Fort Lauderdale, Florida there, Hollywood, Florida. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Toussaint and Windward Islands. At 222 for 7. The first 3 wickets which fell were 3 Dominicans, Pascal, Hodge, and Athanase, the skipper. And we had Auguste, who made a brilliant 95 before trying to lift that one over mid-wicket for 6 and was caught. And driving a silly mid off, ricocheted off him back to the bowler. And that is Moti's Moshi again to Ned, who plays forward. And Moshi Ned turns that one off the pad, going towards the long leg area. Man from slip giving chase. 2 runs. Then moves on to 20. It's the end of the over. Score moves on to 224 for 7. Of 69 overs. And that one is played on the offside. Beautiful shot there by John for 4. And he moves on solid in defense. It's Pumal at the Andy Roberts end. And he comes in now, left arm, bowls to John, and John's right there in defense. And the score remains at 228 for 7. And then just allow that ball to go past him to the wicketkeeper. We're looking at the opening of the West Indies tournament, and this one he got might have been an inside under edge, and it rolls down, trickles, crosses the ropes now, and 4 runs signaled by the umpire, acknowledged by the young ladies who are scoring to my left. And the score moves on to 229. Maybe at 233 for 7. I've been alerted by my friend, co-commentator, that if you get to 250, you get 1 extra batting point. So the Windwards probably has that on their mind. Turns that on the onside. Takes a quick single. 234. John on to 23. Ned comes into strike. Ned is on 20. What these men need to do, they need to strengthen and build upon these scores. Cheeky single. They're home. That one was just pushed into the offside by Ned and they took off and were able to steal, I should say, a single. Ned 21, John 23, 235. And it's the end of over number 70. 20 overs remaining in the day. And go to and there is Janet is flashing down to a long off for a single. Man is deep. So you got 45 minutes to bowl 20 overs. Flighted delivery by Moti. And there is Ned John, sorry, trying to turn that one around the corner. Played in front. Cleaned up by the wicketkeeper. Came from behind stumps. John straightened up to take strike, and there is John just slapping that one in the covers. Field there by the man at extra cover. And the score goes on to 237 for 7. There is Moti, what appears to be an arm ball. This negotiated by Ned. And there's Ned flashing that one again, driving straight to the man at long off for a single. He moves to 23. He scored to 238 for 7. It's the end of the over, the end of over number 71, and some 19 overs left. And Windward Islands this one is leaning forward, opening the face of the bat, running it down to third man. Man at point gives chase. And they have gone for 2 comfortably. 240. And as advised by my co-commentator, Mr. Springer, that should they get into 50, 250, they would get some extra batting point. So you should maximize all points as possible, and drives through the covers beautifully to the left of the diving. Feel that covered. Overthrow was off target, but they had already seemed to have given up on that, the Windward Island batsmen or batters. And the score moves up by 2 to 242. Ned to face from Pumal. And this one gets on the back foot and cracks it 4. Short offside the off stump. And there was Ned just gunning on the back foot. Gordon Greenwich style. Cracking that one through backward point for 4. He only went halfway the wicket to meet his colleague to receive congratulations. So he moves on to 31. The score to 246. And here he is in defense. So he seems to be taking on a common sense approach to batting, in that dispatching the bad ones, respecting the better ones. And this one he leaves offside his off stump. Allows it to go through. This one plays into the offside. It's the last ball of the over. Now the end of over number 72. Windward Islands are 246 for 7. As Moti will resume from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. You'll be bowling to Ned, and Ned is on 31 of 40 deliveries. John is 24 of 34 deliveries. And that one, John looking to find it down the leg side. Makes no contact. This one he drives into the offside. Straight to the man at extra cover. And clearance it off his pads, but the wicketkeeper shed his gloves and took off in pursuit, making them think again and abandoning the idea of a run. And this one he turns it off. Able to get the singles this time. Score moves on to 247. Ranjan moves on by 1. He's pushes into the offside. And just a slight recap of how we got here today. Happy Heels won the toss and decided to bat, and he's hitting out. Is this one bounce into the boundary, split the man between mid off, long off, sorry, and long on, and picked up 4. And Brumal has been mistreated by all and sundry today. So that was Ned. It was moves on to 35 over 42. And the 250 has come up for the Windward Islands. So they have earned their first batting point. And we've had some cameo appearances by the Windwards in the lower order. John, capable, having scored a century, maiden century last season. He's on 25. And Ned looking to stay through the end of the day. Play scheduled to end at 5, but we have some 17 overs left because we're scheduled to bowl 90 overs for the day. And it will be Niall Smith taking over from Premier at the Sir Andy Roberts stand. And Smith running away medium pace, and this one is 4. Short offside the off stump. And there was John standing up and delivering. The square cutting that one for 4. Beautiful shot. Short offside the off stump. And John just laid back. Ala Gordon Greenwich down to the boundary for 4. He moves on to 29. The score to 255 for 7. As Smith runs away again from the far end to bowl to John. And this one, John attempted to repeat the shot, missed it, went through to the keeper, dove to his right. To get that. Number 46, Niall Smith. Bowls. That one is wide outside the off stump. John just looked at it and allowed it to go through. Not willing to take any risks. With 30 minutes left in today's play. As Smith walks back to his mark, turns, runs in from the far end. And there is John looking competently playing forward to the man there at short cover. Teasing a run. So Smith to bowl to John. And this is bouncer that John just ducked under. Not threatening anything. That's Smith just pulling up some courage. $255. Not a bad score after being put in. Jan just playing forward into that one. It's the end of over number 74. And at the end of over number 74, the score is 255 for 7. And Ogie scored Pemal Bull Moti for 95. Pascal caught and Bull Paul for 6. Hudge caught Imlak Bull Smith 31. Athanas caught Anderson Bull Paul 1. Ambridge caught Pemal Bull Moti 30. Discard caught Smith Bull Moti 15. Ned is not out on 35. John is not out on 29. As Moti continues. And there is an appeal, there is some consideration there whether Ned is out or not. The Guyanese are celebrating, and could have a replay of what happened there, because we see the umpire reversing himself. And Ned lives to fight another day. So we'll see what the replay shows. As Ned will face Moti again, and he's in defense. Current run rate of 3.42. Moti and Ned flashing. Straight to the man there. The cover area. And he's out. Caught. Going for the big hit. And only managing to get it straight to the man at cover, who is Smith. And so Ned. And it's coming to an end. And we ask ourselves, could we see the end of the Windward Islands before the end of the day? Yeah, 2 of 55 for 8. $255 for 8. And the Windward Islands volcanoes. $255, 260. Should not be a first class score. We should be looking for heavy scores. But this is where we are. And Kenneth Demba comes to the wicket. He's a right-handed batter. He's taking strike. And he plays it off his pad. There's a quick single. And wicketkeeper scampering from behind the wicket, going around Short square leg to pick up the ball. Demba is off the mark. He's one. John takes a strike. And John is 29:04 to 4 deliveries. Muti to John. And John just plays forward, and there is a loud appeal by the bowler, his wicketkeeper, and those around him. Umpire Butler. Is it Butler? Umpire? And we're nonetheless not interested. Moti. And there is John. Just leaning on that one, pushing it off in front of him. And it's the end of over number 75. And at the end of over number 75, the Windward Islands are 256 for 8. Ryan John is 29 not out. Kenneth Demba is 1 not out. As Williams it is, Smith will continue from the 6th. Andy Roberts grounds. And there is Demba driving, getting a thickened side edge down to long leg area. Picks up a single. And the score moves on to 257. We are at the Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards Stadium. One of the greatest, if not the greatest batsman in the world ever play this game. And we are at the looking into the Anderson Montgomery Everton Roberts end for Santiago to play for the West Indies. And there is flashing outside there, some thick outside edge, more guided down there that way was John. And some good feeling there. That was brilliant feeling, one-handed saved 4. There is no third man. Smith again to bowl to John. Comes in, bowls to John, and John leans into that, pushes it on the onside for a quick single. And moving around there from long leg area to cut it off. And that fielder was 12th man Lupnoff. Smith, that's played off the pads there by Demba. Scampered for a single. And Windward Islands are limping throughout the end of the day's play. Trying to come back tomorrow. And this was good bouncer. But there was Ryan John taking evasive action, getting out the way. 259 for 9. John looking competent. Once more, is hungry. Got his first century last season, looking to repeat. And the shoulders, arms, and loads that one through. And it's the end of over number 76. At the end of over number 76, it's 259 for 8. So to listeners in the Windward Islands, Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, we welcome you as Multi will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And there is Denver going forward. Just pushing it down into the offside. No run. And he's driving to the man they had cover. So Multi has bowled 18 overs, 59 runs, 2 wickets. And there's Denver playing that one on the onside. But straight to the man there at square leg. And no run. Roughly 17 minutes left in play. And this one he drives, but they've scampered off for a single. Which they have gotten. He drew that one to mid-off area. And it's 260. He moves on to 4, Denver. John is 30. We have some 13 overs left after this, with about 16 minutes left. And John gets back and plays that one down. Moti. John drives onto long off, along the carpet, and they just walk across for a single. So at the end of over number 70, it's 268. Sorry, 261 for 8, Windward Islands. Being sent into bat. And we are in Antigua, where the Windward Islands are playing Happy Eagle from Guyana. And Smith is off the bowling now, as the visibility might be fading. And Prumiel is brought back into the attack. None for 81 off 19. And this one is an attempt by Ryan John to paddle this one down onto the onside. Does not make contact. And hopping up, getting his hands out the way is Ryan John. And played into the onside short mid wicket. Barbados 301 for 7. Warwick 0 not out, and Bishop is 16 not out. And Purmal thought he had something, yeah. But Jen, who's on 31 or 56 deliveries, saw through that one. Premier to Jen, and Jen plays it back along the track. And it's the end of over number 78. It's 12 minutes to the hour. And at over number 78, the Windward Island Volcanoes are 261 for 8, having been sent into bat. Moti will continue. And he's going around the wicket to bowl to Denver. Denver is forward and pushing that one into the onside. No run. The field is all in for Denver. There is a backward point, short leg, and pushes forward. Start for slip point. An extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, square leg. This one on the onside. No run. There shouldn't be any urgency to this matter by the Windward Islands. And there he goes, hitting that one uppishly, running under it. Drops safely between the mid off and the mid on, who were up. Went over their heads. And they took 2. It was a safe shot knowing that the fielders were in. Plays on the onside. Alvin Buenka Abraham reaching out, saying hello. How you doing? How are things? And there's Denver again playing. It's the end of the over. At the end of over number 79, 263 for 8. Denver is 6 of 13. John is 31 of 57. So it will be Permal who will begin. And there is an inside edge of Ryan Bat's end. Will it get to the boundary? No, it slows up. And 2 runs are taken. John trying to drive that one into the offside. Thick inside edge. Down to the long leg boundary. We picked up 2. And the score moves on to 265 for 8. Premier again. Bowls and Ned turns that one. That John, sorry. Onto the onside for a single. Moves on to 34. And the score moves on to 266 for 8. Over number 79. And this one is paddled down, and there's a man giving chase. Is he going to cut it off? Yes, he does. The outfield is slow, but they have taken 2. And Demba has been a competent partner to John. And this pushes this one on the offside rather. And Permiel has bowled 20. This is his 21st over. He's conceded 86 runs, no wickets. And this one steered this one into the gap there. There's Demba. And at the end of 80 overs, it's 68 for 8. Windward Islands Volcanoes. The current run rate of 3.55. And we are looking at fading lights. 5 minutes to 5. Whilst I say fading, it's not unplayable, but caused Imlap to remove his fast bowler, Smith, he had up there. And it will be Moti who continue. He has bowled 20 overs for 63 runs, and he has claimed the 5 wickets. .268 for 8 is placing of the field. Settled now. Moshi around the wicket, Moti rather, and bowls. And there is John turning into the onside. They've gone for 1. Demba is thinking of a second. It's not there. Sent back by John. 269. And they have moved the man around from the mid-wicket area, square to a square leg. And there is Demba just driving offside the off stump. Denver is not ready. Moti is. Both are now as Moti comes, flights, and there's Denver forward in defense. As my colleague Mr. Springer was advocating for a silly mid off and a forward shot leg, which has now been employed. And Denver is keeping them at bay. Will we go past the 5 o'clock schedule or will we look? And he sweeps going down. This one is running back down to the boundary. Does it get there? Yes, it does. And it's 4 runs signaled by umpire. But it seems there was Denver falling down and sweeping Moti. Good shot. And the score moves on by 4 to 2. 73. It's the end of the over. And is it the end of play? No, the fielders are coming to take their positions. So we might see one more over. Shadows are getting long. 273 of 81 overs having been put into bat. The Windward Islands had the early loss of Pascal at 6 rather. Turned off his hip is Ryan John, down to the man there at long leg who comes in, fields, single. Then we had some stabilization by Kavem Hodge and Auguste. Hodge making 30, Auguste making a brilliant 95. And there's run sweeping, and is it going to be cut off? He's chasing and pulls it just inside the boundary. It would have gone for 2. And the score to 276 for 8. And the way these two are going, 300 looks easy, gettable. And that should be their next aim. And this one, he looks to cut through the vacant gully position. Doesn't get it through the gap. And this time he cuts past point and it's gone for 4. Beautiful stroke there by Denver. Short of side off stump was Permal, and Denver rocked back and cut it square on the offside down to the boundary for 4. And according to Rudder, the runs are flowing. And Denver is strong in defense, as if mockingly so. And the score is now 280 for 8. Denver has moved on to 25, so 18 of 25 deliveries. John is 36 of 62 deliveries. And here is Denver again, late cutting. And beautiful stop by the man at first slip with what would have been a short century with no third man up. And we see, oh, was he out? Yes, he was caught, rather. He was caught. Let me look at this replay again. There is cut in, dive into his right in what appeared to be a good stop, but was indeed a good catch. Low to his right, one-handed, and picked up that catch. And there goes the 9th wicket. Windward Islands.
Kimo Paul taking the catch.
Schema Paul, who took that catch, a very good
One-handed.
fielder. Way to his right. So
They stop at 5 or do they go to 20? They don't have time to get in the overs. What I can do, I can turn off from here. Maybe about 2 hours before, but they're now telling me they want to speak to Oggies. So you will be able to just do a lap and do it live. So they will let you know in terms of going on.
how you get to do him live? You go over there.
I'm gonna have to go over. But you're gonna be here to start in the meantime, and then he will launch you.
So Tyson, Gillen Tyson comes to the wicket. And Multi bowls to him and he plays that one on the onside down to fine leg area. And he gets off the mark, first ball. No, that's John rather. Sorry, that's John. It's the beginning of the new over, and that was John playing that one off his pad, past the diving fielder there at the leg slip for 4. John moves on to 40. And as John gets the strike, he probably could go to the 300. And plays that forward cautiously. And Moti again to John. And John just strokes that one. Again in defense is John. And he's cautious, eyes are wide open. He's 66 balls into his innings. And he should be comfortable. He's faced pace, he's faced spin. And this one, again, is it dangerous? Looks a sweep down the leg side. Seem to have made contact. No signal from umpire, so he moves on to 41. 1 ball left in the innings. He has exposed the Tyson. He's gone down to have a conversation with Tyson now. And there's some 7.1 overs left to take us to 90. There is indication that we will bowl out the overs. And Guyana has different ideas. And there is Tyson, strong in defense, pushing it back along the track. End of over number 83. And at the end of 83, 285 for 9.
So interesting times ahead. We're winding down more or less the first day's play. And would you say that it is even Steven?
Yes, I think it is. At this time, like you scolded me, you told me this is only the first inning, so we get it ready. I give too much. But at 285, that is a fighting chance. That is a decent score that can give your bowlers confidence and hope that they could defend.
Well, the good thing about it is that they have attained their mark by picking up their first batting point. So the point would have been attained. Also, what would have been logical enough is that from 300 plus, would have been able to get 2 batting points.
Yes.
So, as you rightly said, they're 285 for 9. Had Denver not got out, and maybe that's even Ned. Again, we're talking about some of the soft dismissals that we would have seen for the day.
Yes.
Really.
And had they exercised better caution, they could have been, further ahead.
But the objective, really, when you look at the context of the game, was really to bat 90 overs today, because nobody really, Guyana, the defending champions, they really enjoyed themselves. They were almost just like, we're going to get a wicket every now and again. The partnership was building, and then all of a sudden, we just lost wickets. Yes. You look from the top, from Pascal coming all the way right down. Yeah, Athens got out pretty soft. Ambris, Descartes, Ned. No, nothing in the bowling really here, in terms of what's happening.
So this appeared to be the arm ball from Permad. It was quick and bouncing.
John is going to be in trouble now, because he has to figure out now how he's going to get a single to get to the next over.
And
he now takes a single.
So Tyson is left with 1 ball in this over.
Here's what I was talking to you about, Sir Clement. You got to think, Imla looks like still no silly point. It's got the short leg, but not a silly point. You should be looking to try to prize out.
Well, in the previous over, he employed one. So I said they must have taken your advice then, but it's something that they gave up on real quick. But in Moti's previous over, he had both there. 286 for 9.
I think if we look at the context of the game, the partnership with Hodge and Ogis, they were 1 for 7. And then the next wicket they lost would have been 2 for 86, 3 for 87. And then there was another partnership built again with Ogis and Ambris, and they 1 for 48. And then you had another 51 partnership between, after you lost Ambris, you had Ogis and Descartes, 5 for 189. Then we had 5 for 191. Then you had 7 for 203. Then you had 8 for 255. So they've had starts, but not massive starts that can be able to take the defending champions out of the game.
And the batters who we thought would have done well and gone on to make decent scores, half centuries would have been good, but centuries would have been better. Build upon them. So we expected a lot from Hodge and Athanas and Ambris.
And what 100 does, when a batsman in a team scores 100, especially a big 100, it sort of sends a message of confidence to the rest of the batsmen in the team, and also to the opposition. If you get a half century, somebody say, "Oh, they just got another half century." But when you get 100 and you're cashing, and sometimes we have to be careful. We have to respect this game. Cricket is life. You work hard and you respect it, so you'll be able. Your objective is that God got you that far to the half century. You walk it across to be able to make sure you just don't get reckless and give away your hit at all times.
That's true.
Moti has already picked up 5 wickets here, looking to wrap this innings up.
Yes. And so 2 balls left. What is John going to do? Is he going to look for the single now?
Keeps that one out. It's going to be interesting to see what will Moti bowl. It's almost like a cat and mouse situation here.
There's a man down here at
Yeah.
long off. That is not to prepare to prevent the single, and Moti has bowled a good maiden over.
Yeah. But the ball has been bouncing here.
Yes,
There's been a lot of turn and bounce here in the context of the game. Some 5 overs to go. Just to let you know, Sir Clement, I think you will have to do a small summary while I try to see if I can scuttle over to this Andy Roberts end and
catch up with
get up with
Ogis.
Akeem Ogis while you hold the fort.
Okay.
So I'm maybe going to do that maybe by the 86th over, unless they maybe get bowled out before, but you never know. We'll get some chance. Yeah. 286 for 9. Sir Clement has done an outstanding job today, really. He's kept the faith on his debut. This is the West Indies Championship 2026. As Permal comes back, 1 for 94. Ball played into the offside very quietly. Ryan John is on 42 not out, but it's Gillen Tyson who's been given most of the work. And he comes quietly forward. Good flighted teasing delivery just above the eye line of Tyson. A lot of chatter taking place. Nando and company. Pomo. Here's Tyson on driving, looking for a single that is not there. He's got to get back into his crease because John is not interested. So far, some 13 extras within the day's play. Pomo. Quicker, faster, arm ball. And Tyson being able to keep that one out. He's a naught. 286 for 9. Again, he comes quietly forward. He's got one more delivery to keep out. This is over number 86 being bowled. I think after this over, I'll start going down. So Sir Clement Joseph will be able to get everything modeled for you. Played into the onside, but maiden over completed.
Why I don't get it live? Why am I delayed? That's not else.
286 for 9. After this over, I'll hand back over to Sir Clement, and he will be able to continue while I jot over to the Sir Andrew Roberts end. Remember earlier at the toss, the Guyana Happy Eagles captain Tevin Imla won the toss and inserted the Justin Athens Windward Island Volcanoes. Two 86 for 9. Over number 87 starts from Moti. Here is John just hoisting that. Think he's took an excellent catch. So the innings is completed. I'll get Sir Clement to be able to just stay here as I jot across.
Okay, so with some 4 overs left, Guyana. Not sure that Guyana will start their innings. We're not sure about that. But the Windward Islands are all out for 286. And there is a beautiful catch. So there is discussion now there, the umpires. Stumps are up. We're not sure what's going to happen. But that was Ryan John who got out, caught a deep mid wicket boundary. Nice running catch. And going through the lineup for the Windward Islands, Akimo Geese, caught Premier Bull Motif 95, Stefan Pascal caught and Bull Paul for 6, Kavem Hodge caught Imlak, Bull Smith 31, Alec Athanas caught Anderson, Bull Kima Paul for 1, Son Ambrose caught Premier Bull Motif for 30, Shadrach Descartes caught Smith Bull Motif 15, Darren Ned caught Smith Bull Motif 35, Noel Loyo caught Mandu Bull Motif for no score, Ryan John out for 42, Demba caught Paul Bull Premier for 18, Tyson not out 0, and the score 30 with 13 extras, 2 byes, 2 leg byes, 5 wides, 4 no balls. And we saw Thorne, who was injured. And Thorne bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. Kimo Paul, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 27 runs, 2 wickets. Smith, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 65 runs, 1 wicket. Pumal, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 94 runs, 1 wicket. Moti, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 73 runs, 6 wickets. And in all, we had a beautiful first day's play here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We see the pitch is being prepared. The roller is coming on. And the Windward Islands team warming up, emerging from their dugout. So, from the looks of it, we can say that the Guyana will be taking the field. So, there was sufficient light, natural light that is, and as a result of that sufficient natural light, so Welcome back as the Guyana Happy Eagles are out there. And the Windward Islands have taken the field. And there is a signal from the umpire. And Ryan John is going to open the bowling. He scored 42. And Shandapal will take strike. He's a left hand bat. And around the wicket is John and gets into his stance and plays that one to man there. So kind of short leg and not too close in. And they probably see about 4 or 5 who was being bowled this afternoon. It's already 5:30, but a lot of natural light remaining, so much so that the fast bowlers could be doing. John bowls, and there is Shandapal moving across, shoulder in arms, and allowing that one to go through. And Guyana will be looking to overhaul the Windward score. And there is Shandapal that's punching that one through the covers. 2 men taking chase, cutting it off. 2 to Shandapal opens the account for the Eagles and also his personal account. And we see that open stance, square on, is reminiscent of his dad, which was so effective to him. As Ryan John has changed and is now going to go over the wicket. And Shandapal bats square on and then squares up, straightens up as the bowler approaches, pushes that one into the offside. And there is a discussion between himself and Matthew Nandu. Shandapal. John over the wicket. And this one is wrapped on the pad. Man at short leg diving forward, not holding on to the ball. But not out, says the umpire. Going down the leg side. Not off the bat. And after 1 over, the Windward Islands are walking off the field. And it seems like we have gotten to the end of the day's play. Just 1 over being faced by Guyana. And so, ladies and gentlemen, listening public, at the end of the first day, the Windward Island Volcanoes 286 all out of 86.1 overs. And the Guyana Happy Eagles, after facing 1 over, 2 without loss. Shanda Paul is 2 not out. Nandu not face a deliver. He was 0 not out. And we had a very entertaining day of cricket. We saw good innings, great innings by Ogis, who was returning from back surgery and scored 95. What was described as a soft dismissal. Should have been more cautious to get to his 100. But cannot change what is that went on. So, on behalf of my fellow commentator Vernon Springer, I want to say good evening and ask you to tune in tomorrow at 10 o'clock when we continue. Over to Vernon now.
The end of day one of this bilateral series in the West Indies Championship. And I have the man of the moment who scored 95 playing for the Windward Islands, accustomed to playing for the West Indies Academy. How was the knock today, Akeem?
It was decent knock. Probably disappointed that I was unable to carry on, but I think it's a good start so far. I think the team got to a fairly decent total today. We're probably looking to bat up until tomorrow, maybe up until lunch, but such wasn't the case.
How was your preparations coming into this 4-day championship?
Well, I did quite a bit of work with Coach Randos, who's the batting coach at the academy, and then I went over to train with the team in St. Vincent. So it's just putting in some batting and getting some, I guess, hits under my belt.
Talk to me about your innings because you started slowly and then when you got into a rhythm, you accelerated for a long time. Was that a consistent plan?
Well, the wicket was a bit difficult to hit through the line early up. It was a bit tacky, so just tried to give myself the best possible chance to score on the wicket. When he came closer, just take it off. But I guess when the spin came on, it was a little easier to score. So just try to capitalize on that.
Your customer playing with the academy team, and so just switching over to the Windward Island Volcanoes. How have you settled in?
It's an easy transition. I'm familiar with a lot of the guys from the Windward Islands, so it was just nice to be playing amongst them. I was just really happy to be back out there playing. So really enjoyed the company and the support, and that's how it went today.
Put on your cap for mommy and daddy, and so that they can see you in your Windward Islands cap. The man of the moment, Aki Mogis. Congratulations on scoring a 95 today. Hopefully, the next time I talk to you, it will be a big 100.
Thank you.
God bless you. So you heard it there from Aki Mogis, and we are just about waiting to see if we can get a hold of Gurkish Moti from the Guyana Happy Eagles. We understand that he was having an ice bath. But if we don't, I think we will be able to just like to say thanks to the 360 TV crew. In fact, Moti is coming. So as he gets a little closer to us, let me maybe go to him. Don't want to hold up the process. I know I took him out of his ice bath here. I owe you this one, my brother. I'm speaking to Gudaship Moti. Talk to me. How was today? When you came here this morning, you had a feeling that you pick up 5 wickets on the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium?
Well, I see myself as a wicket taker, and any game play I looking to get wicket. That's what really my team need from me.
How was your operations coming into the season from white ball into red ball?
Well, after the World Cup, we had a 2-week break from cricket, and there was a lot of rain in Guyana, so we didn't had much preparation coming into the tournament. But the last 2 days, we had 2 good days of practice, and I put in a lot of work.
What's the transition like from white ball to red ball, even in the short space of time that you had to prepare for this game right here in Antigua and Barbuda?
Well, it's a different format. T20 is more is a faster format, and this here is a longer format. So this require more patience and being consistent. So and that the past 2 days I was trying to work on that.
Tell me about the track. Day one.
It's a pretty good one. It's it had things for both bowling and batting. So and it was spinning a bit, so I make full use of it.
Which one of your top wickets you would say today out of all that you picked up? Which one you enjoyed the most?
Um, I would say Ambrose one.
Ambrose.
Yeah, Ambrose, cause he's a seasoned player. Yeah.
Hey, congratulations, my brother. And we talk to you again, man.
Thanks.
They heard it from the man who said, good ship Moti. So we spoke to 2 outstanding performers today, Aki Mogis and Mr. Moti himself from Guyana. And for all the folks, remember to tune in tomorrow again, right here, at least by 9:55. 360 TV will be live and in living color on the West Indies YouTube channel. At the end of day one, this is Vernon A. Springer signing out from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. His hamstring. That's a lot. That's a better cricket shot. His hamstring. That's a lot. That's a better cricket shot. That's a beautiful shot by Descartes. Just look at that shot. If you have that, why you want to switch it? Here is O'Gee's. I think he's giving it away. I think he's giving it away. Descartes.
And here it is. This one
Another
taken up, but
stayed away.
beautiful control.
Down to the third man boundary for 4. Driving again. 4 more. Down the onside.
And is he caught that short leg?
He is.
And that one. And this one gets on the back foot and cracks it 4. Shot. He used won the toss and decided to bat, and he's hitting out. Is this Multi and net flashing? And this time he cuts past point and it's gone for four. And here is Denver again, late cutting.
7
And
starts for Moti. Here is John just
over the wicket. And this one is wrapped on the pad.
7 starts for Moti. Here is John just hoisting that. Think he's took